So I just want everyone to be, there's a lot of things that are sort of time crucial, and so we have a lot of things we have to vote on tonight, so I'd like to hope everybody is aware of that, and we're gonna try and speed things up when we're commenting on anything, and I'll try to keep the meeting going. And we have guests from Whittier tonight, so we want to keep people waiting. So call ourselves to order meeting of the West Newbury Selectboard, Monday, February 13th at 7:03 p.m.
March 30th.
What did I say?
February.
Oh, then I have the wrong agenda. I'm in deep trouble.
Should we wait for?
There we go. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on the local cable channels and on the internet, accessible by remote participation via Zoom. The registration has opened Friday for the summer rec program at the Page School. And that's available at West Newbury, mass.myrec.com. The Affordable Housing Trust listening session will be Thursday, March 16th at 7 p.m. Wendy, anything you want to say about that?
We're offering a remote option as well as in person.
Okay.
So, yeah, the reminder went out today with the link.
So will it be sort of public comment idea or listening for, says what, just give us a little bit
So
more.
there'll be a short presentation of the draft action plan, 15 minutes, and then comments and questions.
Okay.
And the consultant will be present as well.
Okay. So this is our new Affordable Housing Trust, and I think it's people have thoughts about this, on where the direction of this trust should go. This would be a good time to bring them forward. Annual town meeting and special town meeting is Monday, April 24th at 7 p.m. That's Monday. Town election 1 week after that. Remember, municipal elections in West Newbury are on Monday, not on Tuesday. Everyone always forgets that. So, volunteers, boards and commissions, wnewbury.org/volunteer, and finally to get all the information from the town. You can be inundated with it at wnewbury.org/subscribe. My mouse does not seem to be working here. Let's try that. First item of business is a special event permit application, road race on June 11th. Anyone here relate to that?
Yeah, we've got Rich Moore is on via Zoom, and he has since the last meeting 2 weeks ago, he's been in touch with Chief Dwyer, and the chief had set out his expectations for police details for the traffic crossing. So I don't know, Rich, did you want to summarize your correspondence with Chief, or?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think we agreed on 5 police details, and we submitted our certificate of insurance as well. I think that was one of the other items that came up at the last meeting, but I think everything's in good shape at this point.
Okay, anyone want to make a motion, or?
And Rich, where are the signs going to be placed alerting the residents?
We'll put those out along the route. We typically use either telephone poles or street signs to put those out. You did mention that in the last meeting, and we're happy to do that. Not a problem.
Right.
Yeah, I make a motion, we approve the road race permit as requested.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you
Great.
so much, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Next request is for temporary signage for Pentucket youth football and cheer. Do you have anybody? Are you? Oh, hi.
Hi, Jack Foley.
You can go. Just go up to the microphone. It just comes through a little bit better.
Sure. Jack Foley, Steed Avenue. I'm here representing Pentucket Youth Football and Cheer.
Okay.
We'd like to, from year to year annually, we put up signs letting folks know the 3 Pentucket towns that registration is open for cheerleading and tackle football for grades 2 through 8. And I'm not sure how it's been done in the past. I just recently joined that board, but we're making a formal request in alignment with policies of select board. Policy number 31, signs of the town property. We would like to put up 5 temporary signs in alignment with policy 31, A through D. 5 locations would be the Page School, Pipe Stave, the Middle High School. In addition to Ferry Park and Cammett Fields, we understand that Ferry Park and Cammett Fields will also need the approval of Parks and Recreation. We'd like to put the signs up for 2 consecutive 2-week periods in alignment with 31C.
And when would those be put out?
March 15th is the date registration opens, so March 15th, and then running for the 28-day
20 days.
period.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just kind of clarification, did you say tackle football for grade 2 through?
It's, well, I don't know, it is tackle football grades 2 through 8. I'm not sure, second graders. Probably not tackle as you may envision tackle, but it is a tackle football program.
Yeah. Okay. Because for some reason I thought that, I'm not gonna object to that, but I just thought for some reason that, with the small kids, that there was this, sort of a general steering away from tackle.
Well, there's flag football leagues as well, so parents
Yeah.
have a choice.
Yeah.
I think tackle football at 2nd grade level is more kind of kids just bumping into each other.
Okay, thanks.
So the middle high school location, do we have to get any clearance from the school? Or it seems like that was a question in the past.
Would it be, I'm sorry, would it be on their property or within the right of way? If it's within the right of way, it's.
Well, I guess if it's in the right of way, then it would have to be really on Ferry Lane, or not Ferry Lane, but a farm lane, because the state highway is a state highway as opposed to.
Like the line perpendicular, the road perpendicular to Main Street, that's a town right of way there, and not right where the electronic sign is for the high school, but you could certainly put it on the right of way.
Between Farm Lane and the driveway?
Exactly, right along there, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the policy doesn't state, it just says middle high, so whichever location. spot qualifies for
I would
middle
think
high.
unless unless the school district gives specific permission for it to be on their property, I don't think we can't give permission to be on
Understood.
the state highway property.
That right of way, that grassy strip between Farm Lane and
Yeah.
the drive, the old entrance, not the exit, I guess, would be
Right.
perfectly fine.
Okay. So I move to approve the request by, what's the name of the
The
organization,
organization is Pentucket Youth Football and Cheer.
that organization, to place temporary signs in accordance with select board policy number 31, beginning March 15th for two-week periods running consecutively.
Second.
Discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
very much.
Thanks, Jack.
Have a great night.
Our next item is a discussion of the FY 24 Whittier Tech budget and the proposed MSBA construction project. Thank you for coming in. We have Superintendent Lynch and Business Manager Cosman. Thank you guys for coming in.
So again, my name is Maria Lynch. I'm the superintendent. I've been lucky enough to be the superintendent with you for 7 years. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I think maybe
Right.
5 or 6 years ago. And this is Kara Cosmos, the business manager. I'd like to give you a quick update about Whittier and what we've been doing.
That's great, yes.
So Whittier Tech was recently nominated as a nationally distinguished school because of the work that we do with our special population students. This was nominated from the Department of Education, and only one other school in the state of Massachusetts was nominated for this distinction. So we're really proud of the accomplishments of our students and our staff. Freshman students are completing their exploratory rotation. They start their vocational technical area next Wednesday. Hopefully there won't be any snow, which, by the way, thank you for having me here tonight because I don't have to think about snow for at least half an hour. But we're beginning the process of starting the vocational area. We just opened up a marine technology program. There's a huge need for marine technology in our area, and we opened up that program. I'm happy to say we have 20 students that are planning on pursuing that trade area.
So tell me a little bit more about that. What is that?
A good question. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So it's taking care of boats. It's the marine part of it, the machining part of it.
Okay,
So we were lucky enough to get capital skills grant to buy some of the equipment that we have. So we have basically Yamaha motors. We have some wave runners. The kids are learning on equipment. They're learning how to wrap up for the winter. They're learning every bit of that trade. We were lucky enough to have a young man from Newbury that has just done a phenomenal job. He taught our night school program. And it was so successful. That's why we brought it into our day program. So he's also teaching night school. So we have him very busy because there is such a need. Anyone that has a boat around this area knows how hard it is to get a mechanic. So we really feel like that's our mission, is to make sure that we have tradespeople that in our district. That's our charter. So we also offer another 23 programs. We're kind of gone back to I call it the good old days, where really the trades of electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and carpentry have been very popular. We're bulging at the seams for those programs. Our admissions team is wrapping up their interviews. Students will receive notice of admissions on April 1st. We had over 800 applications this year. So there's still a lot of interest in vocational technical education.
for how many spots?
About 320. So, and again, not every student that receives the offer takes it, but we're excited about how many students are interested. We recently received a $500,000 capital skills grant from the governor's, or the former governor's cabinet, and that will be used for auto tech equipment. We really feel it's important for our kids to learn about electric cars. So we will be doing professional development, buying an electric car with that grant money so that we can start having that to be part of our program, as well as an animatage table for our allied health program. We will be starting our senior exploratory program next week. And this is a program, I have to give myself a little credit. I was a former guidance counselor at a comprehensive school, and those seniors that didn't have a track at this point always bothered me. Like they didn't want to go to college, they didn't know quite what they were going to do. So this is an exploratory program for seniors in our district, and they can go through our program, and it starts next week. They can explore auto body, advanced manufacturing, culinary, plumbing, marine technology, carpentry, welding, and masonry. And then it's our hope, because we're doing Career Technical Institute in the summer, so those programs will be offering in the summer for adults, that pathway will be available to them once they graduate, if that's what they choose. As far as our budget, our required net school spending, and again, our school committee hasn't voted on the budget, that's on Wednesday, I hope. But our required net school spending is up 6.31% from last year. Our chapter 78 is up 8.83 from last year. So our district budget is up 4.8%. I'm happy to say our total community assessment is up only 1.94% from last year. So Whittier Tech has been applying for an MSBA statement of interest since 2016. The district was invited into eligibility stage in February of 2020. Luckily, during COVID, things kind of got a little strange there for a little bit, but we did the work. We all know how competitive it is to be put into the MSBA pipeline. And so we're thrilled that we're one of the lucky ones to do that. We've been very lucky to do many of our renovations at our school on our own because we have those skilled workers at Whittier. But we have been told by our behavioral inspector that we can no longer do any more work in our building until we put a sprinkler system in. So we are maxed out with what we can do on our own. So we are now almost completing our feasibility stage. We made the decision on February 17th about whether to pursue a renovation and addition, or a new building. We had 90 people show up at the forum, and we did some kind of live survey taking, and overwhelmingly, people felt like the best decision to move forward would be a new building. So the next day, the school building committee met and they unanimously decided to move forward with this new school building. Please know that we are working with our legislator. We had Congressman Seth Moulton, Congresswoman Trahan, many of our local leaders through the building a couple of weeks ago to just kind of talk about how difficult finances are for some of our cities and towns and how we really need to get their help. Because there's a real need, obviously, with our school building, and any kind of offer of help we will take. You have 13 students attending Whittier right now. You have a decrease of $7,800 from last year. So there's a decrease in your assessment from last year to a total of $7,800 or so. Again, we haven't voted on the budget, but I don't expect it to change much.
Because the number of students went down.
One.
Yeah.
We went down one.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
So with the completely new building, would that, do you have to gain additional land or how's that gonna work on the site?
So we have fields behind our football field or our turf field. There's field back there, so we would use that land. So we would use that land and then eventually make baseball and softball fields on the front where the building is now.
Where the existing is now, okay.
Just if I could, for context, when I had presented the initial budget back in early February, as you know, that was a placeholder number, and I've been in touch with Kara at that time. Conservatively put in a $20,000 increase because we didn't have a good number. So just with what's been presented tonight, that would be a roughly $27,000 decrease because I was carrying 20 up. So we'll obviously wait till your board or your school committee votes Wednesday,
Right.
and we get that official assessment. But just for context, that's about what we're looking at.
So if the school building went according to plan, which you never know, but I mean, when would you anticipate actual construction would start?
So the vote would be next spring about whether whether the cities and towns approve moving forward with the
Okay.
school building. And then I think we're really looking at 4 years down the road as far as the building being
4 years from now or 4 years from next spring?
next year. Yeah,
So 5 years from now.
yeah. I call it my retirement work.
And is it true that all participating communities would have to approve it?
There's been some change in that. So,
Okay.
and we've been working with bond counsel. So we're really trying to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row. So there's 2 or 3 ways to go about it. The first way would be have every city or town approve it. One town says no, the project's killed. If that
Really? Okay.
Well, if that happens, you can do a ballot question throughout the district. And then that's the aggregate vote. So that you can go that way,
Oh, okay.
or,
A ballot question, so Haverhill's votes get added to Amesbury's votes and whatever, okay.
And if it's a ballot question, it's just a simple majority.
yes. And that's the other option, is to just do the ballot question and not go to each city and town. So the school building committee hasn't decided how we move forward with that. I see pros and cons to both, right? At the end of the day, I just want to be as transparent as we possibly can be. Because I do understand, money is tight, it's getting tighter. And I want to make sure that people feel comfortable with what we are moving forward with doing. So, we're talking about you know, a monthly or bi-monthly kind of newsletter to selectmen and town managers and mayors and city councilors, just so that you're in the loop and you know what we're doing. So that's kind of as we move forward, what we're planning on doing, because I think it's really important that you understand and you feel comfortable. But our school building committee meetings are always the second Tuesday of the month. They're open meetings, so anyone's welcome to attend those. So I really welcome as much input as we possibly can have.
We also have a link on our website dedicated to the building project too, and we update.
So if I understood you correctly, because when we met for the lunch meeting a
Yes.
little while back, I think at that time it was understood to be
Unanimous, yeah.
every town had a
Yeah.
vote. So this other option with a regional ballot and as majority rule. So let's say something passed and in one of the communities, they needed a Prop 2.5 override to fund the assessment for the construction.
Mhm.
Would that be presumably a separate vote? So even if it passed by the ballot?
So my understanding is that wouldn't really involve Whittier, right? So our vote is for the building, and then how cities and towns, budget is up to them, yeah.
Okay.
And again, you know, I'm still in the learning process, and, you know, I apologize, Angus, I misspoke, but
Oh, that's okay.
I've learned a lot over the last couple of months. And I'm sure I'll be learning a lot more.
When was I recognize there's been lots of changes and so forth, additions and so forth, but when was the original building put up? Do you know?
1970, well, it was opened in 1973. It started towards the end of the 60s.
Okay,
So it is 50 years old actually this September. I will add that we have never come back to our cities or towns since that bond's been paid off to ask for any payment for anything. We've either done it out of our budget for the capital, or we've done it inside and in-house. So we've never come back to the 11 cities and towns asking them to fund any type of debt for anything other than the original construction of the building.
would the with the new building, would the enrollment be increased or stay the same, or what do you anticipate?
Well, it's been kind of a push and pull. Originally, I said I want to accept every student that applies to Whittier Tech. So if you have 800 students apply, I want to accept 24. Originally I said 2,400. I know that now it's 32. So, but anyway, so I said I want a building of 2,400. The Department of Ed said absolutely not. You can't do that. We settled with DESE on 1,400. With a lot of kicking and screaming from me, because the admissions piece, like, let's just bring everyone in. But here's the problem with that. It increases its small cities and towns assessment per student. And then it also increases the capital cost if we make the building bigger. And so we did a lot of back and forth with our school building committee and decided that the best path for our cities and towns financially and fiscally was to right size our building the same sizes that we currently have. So it wouldn't increase enrollment and it wouldn't increase the capital cost. We found that was probably our best path forward, in thinking about our towns, because I sit in these meetings and I hear what's going on, and I do appreciate that, and we are trying to think about that as we move forward with the project.
So there's currently roughly 1,400.
It's 1,280.
Oh,
So we
okay.
had a choice between 1,280 and 1,400.
Okay,
And we decided to stick with 1,280.
okay, and again, what was the incoming number that you're gonna have?
So about 330 students
Okay.
will start in their freshman year.
Okay, so that's 1320. So if it was 4 classes that size, it'd be 1320.
But as you know, they go down. So we start off high and then it eventually kind of would down a little bit, but yes.
Any more questions?
No, thank you for coming by, being here in person.
Happy to
We
come.
are joined by members of the finance committee, so I don't know.
All right.
No, not at this time. It's a good presentation, no.
We'll be glad to come back.
I presume that the addition plus the existing building is what we're gonna do it for you.
Right, it wasn't a big difference between doing an addition renovation and the new building.
And you'd still be stuck with 50-year-old building in place.
Yeah.
Well, I did something similar to that.
Right, yeah, that's kind of an analogous situation.
A little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. It's always, it's great. We get information. I think it's good. I know it's a pain, but
Yeah.
it's,
Well, at least it's not snow.
Yeah. So you didn't know anything, so please, anytime we're more than available to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And after you had that lunch meeting, I don't know, 2 months or so, which Rick joined me for that. We did share with the board the full presentation you given that day, which has more details on the building project. That is part of the packet. I'd have to look back at the date, but it is somewhere posted on our website, so maybe we ought to post that as a standalone document or link to.
Yeah, or we can use the link to our, that we have on our website, because everything gets updated. And again, I'm gonna really try to work to every month or every other month to make sure that there's some sort of a newsletter outlining what's going on with our school, so that you're kept informed. But please feel free to give us a call and we'll come back.
You know, Kara, I actually did have one question, so this, and I think I may have asked this before and maybe got an uncertain answer, but, is the goal for this to be something close to a net zero?
We've been really looking at that, because I remember that conversation you had
Yeah.
at our first forum.
Yeah,
So there's some issues with net zero, because the technology isn't really where it needs to be in some cases. You know, I have friends that work at a school that is supposedly net zero, and their heat often doesn't work, and their, air conditioning doesn't work. But we are obviously gonna make sure that our carbon footprint is.
yes, yeah.
is
Well,
less.
and and if it's an early building of something,
Right.
Conceptually new, there's always a learning curve.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so being the first organization to do it may not always be the best.
Right, yeah, being first is,
You want to take advantage of other people's.
Yeah,
learning
mistakes,
experience. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
I say that all the time.
It's like when the first model of a car comes out, you never want to get that one.
Get 3 questions. Who's West Newbury's current rep? What's the anticipated cost on the project and what's the state reimbursement
So,
expected?
well, yeah, you kind of can't say what the reimbursement is. I can tell you that
100%, 99%.
99.9.
it's 99% that it won't be 99.
So the cost of the project, and again, all these numbers change, but right now is $425 million. We'll get reimbursed, and the cost to the communities will be $289 million.
That's not a good percentage.
Well, it's about 58%, but the effective rate is closer to in the 30%. Because one of the examples is, they just recently raised the square footage allowance to around $420 a square foot, but you can't really build anything for under $800 or $900 a square foot.
$800.
So those are the things that you find are challenging. You can do this, yes, you can build it, but it's not necessarily allowed or covered.
And these are things that we are trying to. Yeah, because it's really changed since even when the new Pentucket building was built, right? Just the cost of materials has just skyrocketed since COVID, which was 3 years ago today.
Do you want to tell me Amherst?
Yeah, so there was a school in Amherst, Mass. They chose to not move forward with their building. They're back now. The building has gone up 150% since 2016. So, the cost of it. So that's, if you kick the can down the road, it ends up being more expensive. So, that's what they're dealing with in Amherst right now.
Like fun.
They like. Any other
Right.
questions? No.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks a
you
lot.
very much.
Good to see you.
Because as soon as they go on it, I'll send out that sheet with all the assessments.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, next item is, just the report, from the CIC. not too many, items on there. I think we should be able to get right through that very, very rapidly. And that's in a separate,
I did. that
separate
came in over the
email.
weekend,
Do
but I
do you
did-
have that, Rick, or?
I did put it up, into the one that's posted up.
Okay, let's look at that.
Although actually, I guess the,
Jim.
well, but.
It's
Oh, here it is.
it's right there,
Okay.
it's there.
So, yeah, this is the CIC. We got this actually early today, so they had, listed as priority number one, the proposal from the water department for the. Piping and hardware for the Church of Prospect. Priority number two was the, replacement of the fire truck, $770,000 for the. Pickup truck and pumper. The, priority three was the, HVAC system for the Page. Office and entry area, and priority four was the, replacement of the sidewalk plow. And you'll recall, there was a question that came up Thursday with the Capital Improvements Committee as far as the separate water department request for the $30,000 for purchase of hydrants and valves and different hardware. And you'll recall back when the select board closed the warrant back in early February, we talked about that and hadn't felt that was a capital project because it's a bunch of different parts and not a single kind of fixed asset. And so only some of the CIC members rated that or not, because they hadn't really been briefed on that. So I told them we didn't really think that that was a capital item. The other one you may wonder about is the water department has the article coming in about the exterior repairs to the Wellfield building. And that had initially been brought forward as a capital article with a cost estimate of $20,000 based on the estimate, the proposed pricing they got. It was fell under 20,000. It was like 16.6. So that's no longer technically a capital project. So that's why you don't see that one listed here. It's still, the article still on the warrant, is just not a capital article per se.
I'd like to ask Rick about the sidewalk plow. This is maybe, since I've been dealing with these things, maybe this might be the third one that's come along. Did you get the feeling that this is an absolute necessity or not? It's a lot of money we only have one sidewalk in the town, so what was your vibe about this?
Well, I guess the first thing I said, based on the criteria for the litmus test, it's sort of, they are sort of hybrid, subjective, objective type questions, which is a funny way to phrase things, but so the numerical values you have there, without going through it for yourself, and I see my numbers much different than anybody else's, but I guess it depends upon how you weight different criteria. Based on feedback from the DPW director, the current sidewalk plow really doesn't do the job at this point in time. Or it's a struggle to get it to do the job, and it's becoming a potential maintenance liability.
Can I add something for you?
Sure.
It was purchased used too, wasn't it?
I don't think that one, I don't think the whole.
I don't think that one was brand new.
Okay, that's never been.
That's
mentioned.
correct.
And yeah, I guess you.
I might
Yeah,
be partly
you've
responsible.
been around for a while, Mark, so.
Yeah,
That was positive.
No, I put up a big fight years ago and we went for, I said, why can't we get a used one? And
Yeah, so it sounds like it's becoming or is a maintenance liability. And that particular design isn't significantly less expensive than going with the tracked sidewalk plow, the Bombardier plow. And the Bombardier performs better in varying conditions. And it'll also have both a snow plow and a plow on it. So you know, my gut is that I don't think we can do the job, I don't think we can continue to do the job with a piece of equipment, or at least not do it reliably with a piece of equipment that the town currently has. Seemed to me like it was, there's no question, it's a fair amount of money. And, you know, it is only used for, 3 to 4 months out of the year. Most years, I mean, we never know how much is gonna be used until you look in the rearview mirror at the end of the season, but there really is no other practical way to go about doing it. You know, I think we need to be able to clear the sidewalks that we
What
do
did
now.
you compare it to though? Was it just you looked at one model or did you look at several different models?
Well, I personally looked at what was provided with for information by the DPW director, and you know, the current model is made by a company called Holden, if I remember correctly. And you know, there are other sidewalk plow manufacturers. Actually, Ross, I think, did, you know, Ross on the finance committee looked at this. You know, he said he'd looked at some others, and it seemed, if I recall correctly, from a cost standpoint, they were not significantly different. The unit that the DPW director chose to request is, I think, about as good as it gets, and, you know, high reliability and performs well.
Well, I mean, so I'm not so sure there's a question of whether it should be replaced or not. It should be replaced. My thing is, how many different models did we look at, and what are the pluses and minuses versus the cost, that's all. So we can take that up at our meeting when it comes to us.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have the answer to that, Rob.
I think, if I recall from years ago, and don't quote me on this, but because it's sort of it's not a uniform sidewalk all the way down to the farm lane, that it's narrower and wider in certain spots, and so all the usual sidewalk paraphernalia doesn't always work on our sidewalks, because
Coming into the
A week from Wednesday, yeah, for this Wednesday.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, one of the questions that was asked, actually, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up CIC and FinCom meetings,
Right.
because Ross is on both.
Right.
And that was at the CIC meeting that Ross
Exactly.
spoke,
Which
so.
is just fine.
Yeah, but, you know, one of the things that Ross had asked is, well, why don't we just, for much less money, why don't we go with a tractor with the snow removal equipment on the tractor? And the problem is that, the sidewalk plow is specifically able to deal with narrower, you know, areas.
Right.
And there is no stable tractor that's gonna do the job that will fit through where this has to fit.
Right, so again, I understand the need for the new car. So did you look at a Honda, a Chevrolet, and a Toyota? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, no, all we went with was the Mercedes Benz.
Right.
And then the Tesla.
Talking about, did we discuss pluses and minuses?
Yeah.
Various things that are comparable.
Yeah.
That's what all I'm asking.
I like yellow, but
Is it yellow?
I want
Oh,
yellow,
it's yellow. Is it?
One other really important point, just more in the big picture on the capital planning, the capital improvement committee did recommend an increase in the budgeted transfer to stabilization from 500,000 to 600,000. So that's in, I think I put that in tonight's budget section, but it's in this board to review whether you want to update the recommendation to from 500,000 to 600,000. So I'm supportive of that number.
I can't speak for the FinCom, but it doesn't strike me as a surprise that we would want to be upping the stabilization fund at all. That's money that's gonna be used for later anyway.
Was that amount based on something specific, or was it just a?
Well, it was based on, it was based on the, cumulative capital program.
Mhm.
And just the general acknowledgement that there's a lot of future needs, but no, it wasn't kind of mathematically derived as a specific
But if you
amount.
look at it, there's a pig about to enter the python's throat.
But I mean, there was a lot of discussion at the meeting Thursday about, while the FY 24 projects are based on, typically, real numbers or as real as you can get until you actually go out to bid. Everything from FY 25 on is gonna change. The amounts will change, the sequencing will change, the priority will change. So I think the committee, after talking about it for a while, didn't feel that they'd get to like a calculated amount. So it was more of a kind of a gut sense that more would be helpful, and that with this budget year, the overall town budget projected to go down. They thought it was a good year to ratchet things up on that.
Yeah, so Wendy, I know, in general terms, you're a lot more comfortable when we have a really definitive way to explain things, but in this point in time. But in this point in time, we have a huge number of variables, both in terms of time, need/time. And that can move in, can move out, as well as actual costs, because the numbers that are used for estimating costs sometimes were done some period ago. And costs change, and obviously there's, been significant inflationary pressure on most things. So it seemed to be prudent to increase the stabilization contribution.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I
Yeah.
guess I would ask, is that enough? I mean, arguably, you could take the total capital program and divide it by 10 years or whatever, right? And
Well, I mean, I told the committee Thursday night, there's not a community in the Commonwealth or probably in the country that's gonna pay off their entire capital program in 10 years. So it's some of the things on there, are longer term items. So
Did we take the van off?
we didn't formally take.
Okay, so there's 50 grand right there.
But to Wendy's point, the FinCom at least has been thinking that over the course of the next year, we need to maybe start putting a finer point on some of these capital items. I think it can be done. It's just like Rick said, time is everything. But we should get to a point where at least we can look out 2 or 3 years and have some sort of sense of how high is. And I agree with Rick, or whoever spoke, Angus, I think, kicked it off, that there's absolutely no harm in making the stabilization fund, funding it more this year. I think it's a good one, a good idea. Speaking solely for myself. That's just one number.
Okay. We done?
Yep.
Okay. Our next item is the water budget and some of the articles from the spring annual town meeting for from the Board of Water Commissioners.
Up there.
Yeah. And just before they start, so the number I've got here up on the screen is the one I sent out over the weekend. It's not, we did get an updated number, late this afternoon. That's not into this packet. Every number is the same, except the wages are about 3,000 less in what they're about to present than we have here. That's
307,209.
Yes, 307,209 instead of 310,230.
So the debt service here of 167 is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is the annual budget request for the operating expenses and of the water department, and the just for, I don't need to read it, but just so that anyone that's listening at home, 310,000 for salary and wages, including 1,700 for water commissioner stipends, 2,900 for insurance, 445,000 for,
52,191 for insurance.
yeah, but I'm not getting down to the penny. I'm just,
Oh, but you said 2,900.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay. 52,000 for insurance, 445,000 for expenses, 167, 913 for debt service, 20,000 for extraordinary and unforeseen expenses, and 56,000 for indirect costs being as an enterprise fund that is separate from the town budget. The Commonwealth likes the enterprise funds reimburse the town for expenses that the town for services that the town provides on their behalf. So that's what indirect costs mean. So I'll just throw it over to anyone have any questions or any comments you want to have, Micah?
The only thing that did change, and like Angus said, was it's 307,209 for the salary line item,
Okay,
and it's 1,048,532. So it's just a little bit different. That I had Jody had checked me, and I had two of the operators paid different than they were getting paid. So, but that's all. Basically coming in about the same as it did last year.
Does the reduced number take into account the bump in pay when the license is received for?
Yes, it does. It's coming out of that overtime and labor line.
Great.
So I had a question that I can't find it right now, but I thought I remember reading somewhere in the backup that you had to shuffle around amounts from different lines, I think it was with respect to the Newburyport water. And so that's not shown anywhere. And if those are line item transfers, I think it has to be approved by the FinCom, right? And
No, not within the operating budget. So, correct. I mean, the operating budget, if I have something, another line item within my operating budget, for 25 years, move it around. So if we didn't use so much in chemicals this year, Newburyport water needed that goes, that's all part of the operating budget. It's
So
not the salary and wage, it's not the insurance, it's not the debt. It's only the operating budget.
When you say operating budget, are you talking about the expense budget?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking
I'm
about.
talking salary and,
Okay, yeah, within the expense budget. Yeah,
Expense
that's all. That's all.
No, I
So that's right. If you're questioning, the Newburyport water, that gets juggled around. And to add to that, Angus can tell you more about it. Right now, I think I've sent all this documentation to everybody already. And that's all been in writing to you. But we went through our budget in 7 months for Newburyport water, because what happened years ago, and some of you have been around for this, some of you haven't, is that when we thought we were going to get the bedrock well online, that we're going to take less out of Newburyport water, and we're going to be able to save some money there. And as Angus knows, we talked about it many times, depends on what kind of year you have, because you can't taste it like a tap tape, what's that coming in. So basically what happened was this past year, our shallow well couldn't pump. So we had our new bedrock well pumping, but we had to use Newburyport water with that. Secondly, that you don't see right here, and I have to ask Angus to explain it, is we didn't bump up that water number because we knew we were going to need more water for another tank. Matter of fact, today we went back online on our tank and everything went very well with Groveland. So now we have to start next month for pipe state.
That means repairs are completed on the Brightville tank?
Yes, they are. And it's back in service
Correct.
as of this morning.
what does the
Can I finish that up? Just so I.
Oh, sure.
Hit my brain.
Okay.
All right. So what we thought about doing, what I usually do, or what the department usually does, is basically for taking money out of the free cash or, retained earnings. And we put back that, we take a chunk out of that at a town meeting or a fall town meeting, and we put that back in the stabilization, so it goes to all the capital. What we did this year is, it was a little different. Angus can tell you how it went, but we thought we could put that money in there and that you would be able to use that within your expense account. For whatever it needed, but if there was money left over in that, we could just shift that into stabilization. And I kind of get that correct, I hope.
You got it, yeah.
So we thought we could do that. The problem was, it came back, it might have been DOR, I don't know who, if you want to finish it up, but we couldn't. So we're $100,000. I have $60,000 in our operating budget to get through the end of the year. So that's why a lot of these things are on for this town meeting to get some money and get that debt paid for. So
Yeah, so basically what happened is the last couple of years, the revenues had come in pretty well above actual expenses, to where over the course of the prior 3 years or so, the amount of revenues above expenses at the end of the year were kind of up and up. And part of that was driven because in FY21, the revenues had like a spike. It was like 1.1
from
million.
800,
And that was, again, largely because of COVID, more people working from home, more water usage during the day. But the year-end reporting to the Department of Revenue was showing that the actual revenues were pretty significantly exceeding projected revenues. So I worked with the water department last spring during budgeting, and I had seen this trend and said, rather than, waiting until year-end closeout and amounts are declared retained earnings, and then at a subsequent town meeting, they're transferred into water stabilization and only then available for use. I suggested, why don't we put money directly into the operating budget to transfer directly into water stabilization, so that, and we worked together that that transfer wouldn't be made until the end of the fiscal year, until June, if it looked like the money was there, because obviously we would transfer it if it was there. And like Mike said, there's a lot of variables in both revenue and especially on the expense side, depending on weather conditions and other things. So the budget that was brought forward last year carried $100,000 for transfer into water stabilization. And the way the motion was approved was that transfer wouldn't be made until the Water Commission specifically directed the treasurer to make the transfer. And that was intended so that it wouldn't happen until we knew that money was actually there. The idea being, if let's say some lines are underspent, for instance, extraordinary unforeseen is often not touched, or let's say, for instance, with insurance, when the current year budget was approved, there was a position that was in turnover. So we budgeted for a full family plan. The person who was actually hired didn't have a family plan. So that ends up being a lot of, fair amount of money that was budgeted, not needed. So in theory, I thought this was going to work great. And in Maine it would have, but Department of Revenue, honestly, so when we got to the tax rate recap in the late fall, the total approved current year budget was 1.05 million. And so when we submitted that to DOR in November, they questioned it and said, how do you know you're going to have enough revenues to support 1.05 million? We provided the last 5 years revenues, and I think of those, there was only one where it was clearly above that, which was that FY21, which kind of stood out. And so they, and we told them that it was, that $100,000 transfer wouldn't be made if the money wasn't there. Anyhow, long story short, they disallowed that. They said they considered that a contingent appropriation, which is not allowed. So they adjusted the approved budget downwards to take out that 100,000. So basically, if we do end up at the end of the fiscal year with revenues above expenses, that would need to happen, go the way it's always gone, which is that's officially kind of at the end of the fiscal year when it's closed out to DOR, that's retained earnings, and then subsequently transferred from retained earnings to water stabilization through a separate town meeting vote. So I was hoping we could cut out some of that inefficiency, but we couldn't. But it raises the question, I think, with the number for FY 2024, the 1.05, because we've got those same kind of trends the last several years on kind of actual. So the actual revenue, so I got the numbers here. The last complete year I have for FY 22, the revenues were just about exactly $1 million. It was $1,712,000.
Yeah.
Right. Prior year, it was $1,178,737. So that was, comfortably above the 1.05. Prior to that, it was 994,810, 931,858, and so forth. And that really is the only 4 years that really matter, because that was since the rate was last adjusted. Those last 4 years. So I do think with a 1.05. The revenues may cover that next year, but they may not. So that's something that I think, we need to look at, whether either, rate adjustment to ensure we cover that, or potentially at the fall town meeting, transfer from either water retained earnings or water stabilization to make sure we have a balanced budget.
You probably wouldn't know in fall though.
Right.
Probably have to be a spring one like we do. Another thing that happened with this too, and it's just that I've never done it in the 25 years now I've been here, is in that manner. So I thought it's even in, we voted it in the 1 point whatever million, and I thought that was voted basically into my operating budget. I didn't realize that it wasn't there until Jody said, by the way, you don't have that. Jenny told me you don't have that 100,000. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so he went from 160,000 to make it through the rest of the year on that. To that 100,000 being taken away, we're 20,000 behind on Newbury water. We're going to buy water from them for 2 months. It's going to be approximately $80-something thousand. That's 100,000 right there. That's why I'm asking for that Newbury water number, because then we have a couple more months beyond that too. So, and this is the first time in all my years here that I've ever, possibly gone into a deficit.
So what are we talking about, the 80,000 in water, where is that falling?
The 80,000, is that for next year? That's next year's.
Next year.
Yes, and that's probably a little bit on the high side, but yes, we're always cutting it too lean now. If we have another one, the only reason I'm saying that, Rob, is because look at the season we have.
Yeah.
And
Essentially,
that shallow well field probably won't be able to.
even with the gallon in there, you're approximately budgeting the same amount as what you budgeted last year.
Yeah.
So,
No,
Well, not just for that line item,
It's up about 100,000 because of the change that I described with DOR removing the 100,000. What?
what is up 100,000?
Well, the overall bottom line. The overall bottom line budget's about 100,000 more than.
It's falling in the expense line.
With, 105, 104.8 to 105.1, so where is the 100? I'm confused.
Because 100,000, us right there, see that 445,000 for
Yeah.
expenses?
Yeah.
There's 100,000 less than there because wherever that water, you can tell me where that 100,000 is, Angus, I don't know where it is, but. So basically, this year, we only have the $350,000 instead of 450,000.
But I'm looking at something that said last year was 440, this year coming year is 4.
But that was the 100,000.
Correct.
The DOR took 100 away from that.
After it was already voted in and everything, or whatever.
And then it turns out we needed that money anyway.
There you go.
So we needed that money anyway,
Yep.
so we're talking about 151, including the 100,000 and 104.8 this coming year. So there's virtually no change.
Correct.
That's, I'm sorry, that's just.
Yeah.
my brain.
And there's a lot of variables in there too, just like Angus already explained, that we had to put more money in for possibly insurance for a new employee, a new supervisor to train, all that. So we get into this next fiscal year, it feels gonna be a lot cleaner once we get through this pipe big tank rehab. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty clean to hopefully go next year and start putting some pipe in.
I had a couple of questions. So, Angus just gave us this chart, few minutes ago, so I haven't really, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, but, with a way to maintain sort of, not necessarily customer satisfaction, but it, business practices usually recommend that increases for things are better done annually in small increments rather than several years apart with a large chunk. And in other words, giving 1% or 2% a year over 5 years, and you end up with 5 or 10% increase versus waiting and then all of a sudden getting a 10% when having zero in the interim is people don't usually react as well to that. And I'm just curious why there's been with all the capital needs that the department needs, why there's been no rate increase since 2018.
It hasn't been needed. We were gonna try to do that with capital loan. That's what we were trying to do, is basically there's gonna be a line item that goes out there to say, okay, how much does it cost per customer to raise $100,000 for stabilization? And that's been done. As far as getting into the budget and what we needed, we're.
Right, but I'm just saying, usually businesses are the good business practice is that people would rather pay 1% increase over 5 years or 2% every year over 5 years rather than having a 10% increase all at once. I just wondered why that wasn't done.
Basically, it's just pipe, so it's gonna be a big increase. How would you do that? How would you do that slowly? So what you're saying is basically raise $100,000 per year and wait 10 years to do the project. I'm not quite following you. I mean, the project is gonna be pipe. I mean, as you know.
Well, I know, but a lot of these projects, we knew were coming, no pun intended, were coming down the pipeline. So just why didn't we sort of put together a kitty to deal with some of these?
And that's what we've done, because every single year we bring that 100, 200, 300, we're at $1 million in the free cash now. I mean, the free cash and stabilization. So whatever comes in every year, that goes back into there and then we transfer that in there. That is how it's been done all of these years. If you do something different.
I know, but so now we're gonna have a big hit though, is I guess that's the question.
You would have a big, yeah, I'm not.
Where's the big hit?
Where's the big?
Well, it hasn't come yet, but all I'm saying is there hasn't been any rate increase at all since 2018.
And there's not needed.
But it is needed. We know there's all these giant projects that need to be dealt with.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been waiting on Dole Place, haven't we? It's been 6, 5, 7 years. We're waiting. Yes, we've all been waiting. But we are bringing money in every single year. They cleaned us out years ago when they said you shouldn't have more than 5% in there for your savings. So 5% of whatever, $600,000. Those guys all came in, Abrams came in, then maybe even when Wendy was on our board and said, look, you have too much money in there right now. And they made us, we ended up using a lot of that money for the booster station. We had to take about $1 million out and start spending money. And if that's something that you do want to see, then that's something that has to be worked out between the select board and the water commissioners and how you want to do that in the future. But the plan was, when we talked to Angus and I talked, is that we are hoping to get that over to the public, that you do need to come up with $100,000 or $200,000 a year that's going to go right back into projects, which that's what we've done. It's exactly what we've done.
When you say the projects, you mean the stabilization?
It's correct. Any capital plan, any capital.
Yeah, so.
Basically, we've been doing that, but we just didn't set it aside like that because we already know that usually we will have $100,000, maybe even $200,000 more in there that's going to go over that budget to go back into stabilization. That's the way it's been done.
It just strikes me that there should be more focus on getting more into stabilization, because you've got this stack of projects I'm not talking about the whole place, that's another topic. But you've got existing infrastructure that's essentially, you know, in some state of failure that needs to be replaced. And, you know, you've got $15 or $20 million worth of backlog there, and it just strikes me that there should be an effort to continue to accelerate through rate increase.
Absolutely, and get the town to help.
Accelerate.
Absolutely, because we do know that you cannot do it with the customers you have.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing, but that isn't what I was saying. What I was saying is you should be doing, it seems to me, you should be doing what you could through rate increases to build up your stabilization fund so that as much as possible, you're self-funding.
And that most certainly will, but we've been asking the select board for years to help out, tell us they're gonna help us from the town, because that can't be done. If the select board is gonna come to us and say that we're not gonna help you out, and we can't go to town meeting and ask for those funds to help out, then we have to start doing that.
Wait,
And
wait a
that's
minute,
what we've been
we're
asking for years, for money from the town.
talking about two different things here.
No.
We understand that there are, that there are things that the board is, that the town as a whole can try to assist the water department on, but it just like, there aren't very many things that are utilities that have not had an increase in 5 years. I don't have one. Everyone's cable bill goes up, their electrical bill goes up, everything goes up. It just seems unusual when there's a lot of capital needs that there hasn't been a rate study and a rate increase for 5 years.
So,
A rate study's been 3 years.
Oh, okay, but there hasn't been you're not hearing me. There hasn't been a rate increase since the fall of 2018.
Okay,
there you go. So that's reality. Hasn't been one.
that's right.
So what I would just suggest, to your point, to the points that everybody's trying to make, Mike, you, Angus, gotta do a little bit of looking forward. And it's gonna be where you're at for free cash, where you're at for stabilization, what you're gonna do for rates, what you're gonna see as expenses. You can't take a sheet like this and then have a conversation that you're having. You can't do it.
Thank you.
So you're raising exactly the right questions, but we've got to do a look forward. And it's got to be a disciplined look forward that takes place. It starts where we are, where we know we're at. I mean, if you want to talk about the expense budget, to my mind, you're talking about the same amount as last year, and Angus has raised the point of, you got to make sure your revenues are higher than that. That's really a place to start. But beyond that, everything you're saying, asking is correct. You just can't do it off of anything that's been shown here. You
Well,
have to look forward.
So is there like a long-term capital plan?
I mean,
It's rate study that we're doing right now.
No, I'm for the capital, all the capital.
Yes.
Is there like a 5-year, 10-year?
It's given to you every year. You have it right in front of you right now. It's a capital plan. It's all pipe. Do you understand that? It's a capital plan for the future.
So what about the rest of the priority one pipeline? When are those gonna be replaced?
That's what I'm saying, Wendy. The priority one starting next year with Church Street and Prospect Street.
But what about the other priority one?
They're gonna come right after that, and that's why we have this rate study being done to look at that. That rate study is being done. It's been in the works for how long now? You can ask Andy.
You have to lay it out by year. You have to lay it out by
Right,
So
year.
Yeah, I
this,
do
and Mike,
see
this, I think this up on the screen is what you're.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we just have to follow that and go and see what we can do.
But how much can you have to be taken someplace so you can see where you're starting out with available funds, what your rates, your revenues are gonna be, what your expenses are gonna be, what your capital expenditures. It's not that difficult, but without doing it all at once holistically, you're not gonna have a good conversation.
So
Just not.
the reason that question's being asked is because we don't know that that's being done. We've not seen that. So is that something FinCom would do? Is it something
I
citizen-
suggest that we take it off as a town. I think that's the way we gotta do it.
I plan on talking to town meeting.
You
about
have the
this whole thing.
horsepower, you have the horsepower. We'll be able to get it done. We just need the blessing of the parties, that's all. Speaking as myself individually as one member of the committee.
Mhm.
And you do have to realize that this is different than any other town around here. We don't have that. We don't have sewer. We don't have money coming in. We have approximately the third highest water rate in the state of Massachusetts per capita. All right, so now gonna get hit for 15, you go up another 3, so you're paying $20 per 1,000 gallons to keep doing this. And then also dope place and all this pipe. And I don't know where, I can go back and I have documentation on how I begged over the years that the town starts helping, because those 1,100 customers can't keep paying the bills.
Okay, well, but
That's, and you can't do it by numbers like.
we're actually considering a big contribution from ARPA funds, so give us a break here, I
I
mean.
understand that, but we don't know that's happening, so we're up in the air too.
No one knows the answer to the question.
Okay,
There's no numbers showing anybody anything.
okay.
So I think you should talk about what you need to talk about in order to move forward. You've got some projects in front of you, you've got expense budget in front of you. The rest remains to be seen until someone starts putting numbers into a spreadsheet.
Very good point. Thank you.
Well, we know that the capital expenditures are, as Wendy said, are like 15 million, so any rate increase isn't even gonna,
Okay, good.
isn't even
So
gonna
you
touch.
for a worksheet, you want to continue talking about further.
We have it on the, it's right there.
No, that's nothing, that doesn't show how much you're gonna be generating in free cash and stabilization to pay off it. Doesn't show the indebtedness, it isn't, Archie, it isn't.
Well, you have,
You have little snippets of information, that's all you got.
Well, how are we supposed to make decisions if we don't have the
If
information?
you're being presented with the budget for next year, I think you can do that. Then you're gonna have individual items in front of you, I think you can probably do that too.
Well,
You're not gonna have an answer about what the rate should increase or what the next 5 years.
Absolutely not.
no, but it would be good to have a sense
It would
of the
be
big
wonderful
picture.
to have that.
Yeah,
It would be
that's-
wonderful to have that.
That's the
The
point.
time to do it is before you enter into this type of.
And when they did get into this, then it all of a sudden started talking about regionalization, got our engineers doing several other projects, backed off on some of the projects I've asked them to do. So that slowed things down too. So
Your engineers work for you, they're not working for us. So,
there were things though asked by regionalization to do stuff where
right, but that's a choice you made to tell them to do something different. And we
it
didn't,
wasn't a choice of ours.
well, we didn't dictate to the engineers what they should be working on. That the direction came from you or the board.
You gave some direction what you wanted to see.
Right, but I'm saying
Correct.
you directed your engineers to do that. I wasn't,
We directed our engineers to do the rate study. Then other things got added to that, yes. And I don't want to go into it, but it kept adding up and adding up. You're absolutely correct.
okay.
okay,
All right, I have a question on the salary and wage line. So, I guess last month you were saying that the money for your pay for this interim period,
Yeah,
that's part of the salary and wage line.
yes.
Okay, it's not adding up to me because what's been expended so far.
Are you taking in all of our salary and wage, meaning?
Yeah, I'm looking
Oh,
at, yeah, I'm looking at the total. We're less than what we should be at
should-
8 months.
should-
I think we should be a little over 200,000 based on, if you divide the whole budget by 8 months. I'm looking at the one from the water department.
Okay.
This one here?
Yeah. So expended through 215 or 216 is 177. I think it should be
Where are you now?
on the top line.
This one here?
Yeah.
so what's your question, Wendy?
So I'm trying to figure out if that salary and wage, my thought was it went up to 320,000 last year because it was accounting for, we're gonna have 2 superintendents, like in a transition. But now it's going down again. So I'm just trying to figure out where your pay fits in that and whether that needs to be.
My
carried
pay is
forward.
in part, is in that, and that's basically put into the overtime, labor position, any other thing that's over the normal salary. And it's within that, well, it really wasn't 319, it's like 317 last year.
So my question is, shouldn't the salary and wages drop a lot more because that won't be part of the budget going forward for next
No.
fiscal year? So you're still gonna be on the payroll next fiscal year?
No, I'm not on the payroll. There's 3 people on the payroll right there.
So that's my question. I'm not following, like, where, if your pay is part of the salary and wages,
Oh, wait a minute. There's $307,000 and that doesn't include me.
Right, so where is your pay showing up here?
It's last year, not this year, that I'm asking for. My
Right,
pay is in there for last year,
I'm looking at FY '23 budget expended through February 16th,
okay?
and we're under budget for salary and wages. So that's what I'm trying to reconcile. I would think we'd be over budget a little bit because of the transition period. So that's, without seeing the individual, information in the lines, it's hard to make sense of that. That was my question.
I'd have to go back and look at it.
The concern was because you're here longer than the original 6 months,
Yeah,
are we gonna end up at the end of the year with having to do line item transfer or something? And I don't see the numbers here to try to figure out if that's an issue or not.
and that was asked before, and I said no. We won't come short. That's all I can say. You asked me to figure that out a long time ago.
I'm not quite clear, so
think-
I guess my question is, so that Wendy clarified,
No,
is it, can we start talking?
not the whole year.
Are you saying, Wendy, that you think the 177 should be higher at this point? Is that your question?
Yeah.
That's what- yeah, where
If it's 8 months out of 12, I mean, round it up to,
But you didn't have an extra person for the entirety of.
No, and plus we put more money in, for another position.
And plus right
Another
now,
person that we are hiring at higher rates, and he came in later on.
it's only 180.
All I can say is you're not gonna run out of money, and, like, you look at all the numbers you want to. If we run out of money, then we're gonna ask for extraordinary foreseen, but I don't see that happening, that's all I can say. And I can't really, what you're looking at and I'm looking at, I did the numbers before, and I think you're perfectly fine.
okay,
If not, then that'll be the first time, because believe me, town meeting, you and I have been through this before. It's a stressful situation, especially with both of our lives. So another month and a half. Go for it. Unbelievable how bad it's been. So, and I tell you, this department, as far as runs fine. I don't care what anybody says. It's infrastructure that I've been begging for years that we need help with. That's all. We tried to go for the infrastructure bill. We just did. We applied. We had our engineers apply for that. Got turned down. PFAS is going to be the #1 thing for everybody. Mark and I just went to their class. If the EPA comes out with this, they're going to go to 0 PFAS. That means just at our little well field, you're going to be a $4 to $5 million treatment facility. And we just went through them. And what I'm just trying to pass today before I leave this place is the most important thing in this town is, you know what? An aquifer that's 9 times the size of this that we can only get out of down the well field. It's infrastructure can't be taken on, sorry, on TV. Infrastructure can't be taken on by only a part of the town. The town has to come together as a community, like the schools. They come to our town meeting, they vote for the schools in, and they're gone. We have to think of water that way. I'm very passionate about it and been here 25 years. It's not my town, but I want it to be good. And you all have a lot of you have a lot of different ideas of how you're going to get around that. Newburyport's building, they're going to run out. Groveland can't hardly give us water right now for just a little project we did. They have PFAS problems, manganese problems, same over there. I do want to get back to this though, since we're here for that article for $625,000. Do you have any questions on that? Why we want that now?
Are we done with the operating budget and so forth?
I also have a question this is for the water commission, is to continue to have a stipend. Is that something that you would consider waiving? I think it's the only board that continues to get a stipend for the commissioners.
We haven't talked about it.
I would suggest that you do talk about it. I think it would be a good faith gesture to the community. Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
What was that to the community?
I think it'd be a good faith gesture to the community to say, it's not a lot of money, but, I don't know why it continues
To the water,
be.
to the water.
Yes.
Payers,
Yeah.
yeah. Sure.
Okay, we're good on the 24 budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so to,
That's a vote, positive vote.
I still don't have confidence in the salary line item, but I guess that's not gonna be forthcoming, so, I'm not sure how to get around that.
I don't know what that
You can
means.
hold off on that, and I go check it, and I'll do what you asked me to do.
Mhm.
I'll take another look at it. If it looks like it is, then we'll be asking for,
You're not comfortable with the forthcoming or this year?
she's not comfortable with this year. Because I've gone longer, they asked me to go longer than I had to because of circumstances.
Correct, yeah, okay.
And that's what Wendy doesn't think there's enough money in there. Wendy
it's
may
not-
be correct.
Yeah.
I am happy to go, you can ask me to go do that, I'll redo the numbers and take a look at that, absolutely.
Mhm. Okay,
And if you want that, I'm not here for another week, so I'll get right up there right now and do it for you.
you don't have to do it tonight.
I do, because I'm not here for another week.
Okay,
I already worked this
Talking
weekend.
about the current year, not the going forward, because going forward is documented. That's all
Right.
separate.
right. Okay,
Okay,
So I guess the way to document that is to share more detail.
right,
Right.
But, yeah, I guess what's the question? We have
Mike,
the,
okay, can we got a lot to do tonight, can we kind of keep going here? Okay, can I have a motion to approve the
Yeah.
budget for this article?
I move we approve the water department budget for FY 24. Operating budget.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
I want to abstain pending the Board of Water Commissioner stipend.
Okay. Fair enough. So we have,
yeah, I guess, did you want to get into the articles and your recommendation on the water articles?
yes,
And
Yes.
then get to the, ARPA request or which order do you want to do it at?
I don't know, let's do big first, let's do the opera right now.
So you have in your packet, we already knew this was an eligible request, or just, yeah, so the water board has come in with a request for $625,000, I believe was the amount for ARPA funds, which if that was funded from ARPA would no longer need to be funded by town meeting article. So I believe that article, if it was funded with ARPA, would either be taken off the warrant or passed over with no action. So we did, we've known for quite a while this was an eligible expense, but we did go ahead and get a written opinion on that just to make 100% sure. And it is the one, advice we've been given is that if the board does authorize the funds, which is a vote of this board, not town meeting, to put in place some kind of a written agreement to ensure that all of the record keeping and procurement and so forth is all followed based on the federal guideline.
So my question on this is going back to the priority one pipes. Does it make sense to buy the pipe for all of those projects? Or are you envisioning that those
That's one
small,
project.
right? So the other priority one pipelines, are you envisioning those are like 3 years out or?
Yeah, you gotta get through this first one first, yes. But we also, each year, Wendy, we have to look and see what we can maybe try to get funding. So that's why something's not put aside right away.
Mhm.
You're trying to see, like we went the last several years, they were saying this infrastructure bill is coming out. We were thinking that the water main would be right up there.
Right.
It's right at the bottom.
Right.
PFAS is taken right over. And it's not going, towns like us aren't going to get money. We just went to 2 meetings. We're not gonna get it. And I don't even know about Newburyport and other towns.
So I'm just wondering, because it's a relatively small amount of pipe, would it make sense to just buy the pipe for those if they're truly priority one?
If they're gonna sit around for 3-4 years, I
No.
don't think to do
Alright.
that. And I think there's a rush to do that.
Also, wouldn't you have to have the engineering done on that in order to appropriately size and specify it?
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
it's specified in the plan.
Yeah, it is. Engineering is included in all of that capital that you see there.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, so
That's
the engineering
engineering.
that's been done so far is not only for the church and Prospect, it's been done for.
Correct. That's part of that study we've done twice.
Okay, I didn't realize that you've done all the engineering,
Oh,
including
no.
sizing pipe fittings. and
2003, 2009, that's all been done. And now we're doing it again in 2023. Yes,
Mark, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, if the pipe project is 3 years out for the other portion of that.
Yeah,
You don't wanna leave the pipe, one, storing it where it could be a hazard, you know, it has to be secured, so. Wherever we store it, we're gonna fence it and that sort of thing. If it's 3 years out, you're gonna have to do that for that.
Yeah, I also wonder, you know, because you have that cementitious lining in it, if it takes on moisture and then freezes, goes through freeze thaw cycles, does that compromise the lining?
It could,
but
I know,
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
I know that, you know, you don't wanna let it stand around for years at a time.
Yeah.
You have something for a year, you don't really have a problem, they are capped a little bit and protected, but you don't wanna have, you know, rodents or anything else living.
And to go out back on the capital plan, Wendy, we don't go out, and I've said a lot of times, we used to go out 10 years,
Mhm.
went to 8 years, went to 5 years. Realistically, looking out more than 3 to 5 years, even when they're doing a rate study, say, don't go anymore, because basically you start building out beyond that, it sits on the shelf.
Mhm. Okay,
You know, it's so hard to look out 5 years.
Yeah, it's especially the way prices have gone up and down with electricity, metals, or chemicals. That's why our budgets are going like this right now.
How is it with every, Mike, how is it with the pipe now, with material costs maybe starting to trend back down a little bit? I'm just curious, do you think it's better to wait 6 months or do it now?
Wait 6 months.
In
Oh,
other
you mean
words-
purchase it right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
you know, wait 6 months. That's a good point, but in our case, we need to go now because it's gonna take that long to get it stored by winter to start the project in the spring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that's explained in there that if we don't do it this time, then we push everything off back another year. Because it's a 30-week lead time to start getting this pipe.
Minimum and.
Okay.
Going along.
Yeah, so now you get it in the fall, we're not gonna dig in the winter, so now we can get all this pipe now, Merrimack just did that. And they got the pipe and now they have the pipe to move forward. And we feel it's a good thing to do, and then we talk to the
No,
contractor.
I think it's a good idea. I just wondered what the pipe costs are trending on, that's all.
And to go back,
It is more lead time than this price. You're not trying to
Yeah.
tell the market.
No.
Right.
and the other thing, shoot, my brain is shot, I'm sorry, I apologize, but, going back to the budget. Well, you were saying, Wendy, and you too, Archie, you know, these projects, they should be taken care of. You look out 3 years, so like right now with the engineering guys doing what they're doing for this rate study and, what we call the capital plan, we call it the hydraulic study. You're only looking 3 to 5 years out, so if this is gonna take another 2 years to get completed, and then maybe you're looking at another project after that, which would be like Maple Street. So that's all we're really looking out at now. If there's something to go further, Archie, to say we start putting, everybody starts putting in, you know, an extra so many, the water rate goes up another $2, and that goes towards stabilization. That's a good idea as far as I'm concerned. But the water rate is, you know, we have people that are leaving the water, you know what I'm saying? They'd rather drink water that's full of radon and arsenic than to do that. Now, some of them came back to us, 10 times the amount of arsenic in their water, right? But some of them have a clean well and they're doing fine. And so they're gonna go. Some towns.
You were saying, so in West Newbury, some people went back to using their well,
Absolutely. We are.
or did they dig a new well?
They put a deep well in, and we have no problem right now too, is we have we have to go to the town, it's not gonna happen now, but we need a bylaw to make them sever at the curb stop in their yard because they're refusing to do it. So now they have two connections, which is a cross connection, which is legal for the water department. So we have a fight there. So we will be coming to the town for a bylaw to be able to force that on them.
Back to the piping that we're talking about. So is this piping going to be purchased ahead of approval for a project? Is that really what I'm hearing, is we don't have an approved project, but we're gonna buy the piping, that's,
When you say
We
the
have-
project, you mean the balance of the project?
yeah, right.
Yeah, well, actually, that's a question I had, so. We've already used 625K of ARPA funds. What would be the implications if the town spent dollars on the water main pipe and see when calendar year 23, but spring 2024 ATM did not appropriate construction spending for borrowing, what would we do? How would we handle that?
Well, that's a good point. The pipes.
I want to see us do this.
No, I know you do.
But, what happens if that happens?
There's a pipe good for something.
Absolutely.
Right.
No, that pipe.
I got a pipe for you.
You're gonna get the pipe and you're just gonna store, well, you're gonna store it longer, so it eventually has to happen because Church Street, Prospect Street are gonna collapse. Right, it's all there is to it, it's 6-inch pipe, the highest pressure in town, tuberculated down to 3 inches. We don't have no fire flows down there. So,
Right.
it's gonna have to happen.
But you're gonna have the rationale explained, because that will become a question, I mean.
That's a legitimate
Yeah.
question.
That's a legitimate question, yeah.
I guess my only answer just off the cuff would be, it doesn't move forward now, we keep trying like a lot of projects.
Just,
we have the pipe.
okay, on a very practical town meeting note. Well, if it's ARPA, we don't actually have to go to town meeting on it, but have you got any of those intra-pipe photographs to show how bad it is? No, I'm serious, like you show like a.
No, that they have coupons, I mean, we just truthfully, by fire flows, Archie.
No, but do we have any?
You must have pictures, don't you have pictures?
No, I That shows you, matter of fact, there's one that I did, it shows you a clean one, it shows you one that's down to this.
That's,
Yeah,
that's,
there's plenty of
those
images
are
online.
great, yeah. It's like showing somebody's coronary arteries, you don't wanna see that
Exactly.
one, yeah.
Or just announce the number of announcements you had to make about a water line breakdown on Bridge Street.
Right,
We're getting those every
On
day.
Church Street, 13 below, I mean,
that we're just.
Wendy's House twice, but that's transite pipe, that's totally different, but anyway.
okay, so,
To Rob's question on, because the way it's set out wouldn't go to town meeting vote to seek the borrowing authorization till next spring.
Right.
And the idea there is to allow, more time to, first of all, to have the pipe in hand before putting it out to bid, because that's gonna affect favorably the bidding environment, but the town wouldn't, actually borrow the money until, next spring, like a year out. But what I'm gonna suggest, is there any scenario where the article that is on this spring's warrant gets, let's say you approve this ARPA money, gets modified to become borrowing authorization, even though the intent isn't to actually borrow for a year, and the amount may need to be redone in a year if the bids come in higher. But that would at least put town meeting on record of approving the project, and I think eliminate the
That's
risk.
an interesting thought, yeah, that's a whole risk.
do it,
Well, I think, and we've talked about this, I think the prospect of town meeting not funding it, I think is minuscule. I think that's a very low risk thing, but it is a risk.
Yeah,
So I just thought of that while you guys were talking.
so what kind of an article would that
It would
be?
be seeking.
Just informational?
No, it would be a 2/3 majority seeking borrowing authorization for the net costs, the total cost net of whatever's funded by.
I think that would be better because the public will know that we're using ARPA funds for part of it and they're paying for part of it. I think that's an easier sell than asking a year down the road,
Yeah, the only downside I can see is that we don't have a true number, because it's not gonna actually go out to bid.
Let's go to bid next afternoon, yeah.
Right, so you might need to go back, I mean, let's say we estimate, whatever, I don't
Well,
know.
that's-
Say 2 point something, and it ends up being, 10% higher than that, when the bids come back, you might have to go back to voters a year from now to increase.
Yeah, well, I wonder if there's actually an advantage. Can once, if we approve the pipe and the pipe is bought and we've approved borrowing, is it advantageous for a potential vendor, potential company to do the installation to actually work out a year in advance? That might
That
actually
may be hard to do, I mean, labor costs and everything.
Yeah,
a year
they
in
won't
advance.
guarantee their pricing.
No way.
They're not gonna guarantee it a year, no.
Yeah,
As soon as you have town meeting next year, they're gonna wanna go within 30 days and get moving. I just don't see that, I mean, it's a good thought, but the way the market and everything is now. I can't see that. As far as the pipes, I mean, that is a project that we asked Tate and Howard to look at, they came up with that cost estimates. And then, other than the engineering and the construction, we went out to EJP to get a cost estimate we normally use. Of course, that will have to go out to bid, but we at least have that bid.
Mhm.
And of course, I put a 10% contingency on that because you don't know what's gonna happen in the next.
So just to move things along, and
Yeah.
I'm not trying to jump the gun or anything, but I would make a motion that we approve use of ARPA funds for the $625,000 for the pipe and fittings and other components as needed for the and storage. I guess that covers the storage as well of not to exceed $625,000 of the pipe for the water main for Church Street and Prospect.
Second,
Okay, so we can discuss now.
Okay, discuss.
so the,
Away.
where's it gonna be stored?
we
Has that
have,
been,
we have several places that we're looking at right now. We haven't nailed that right down to the,
Mhm. So that would be a rental situation?
we have.
Can we bring that up, Angus?
In terms of non-public, I would just say, that, there's potentially one or more private property that could be
Okay.
considered. Other than that, there's multiple public, so maybe summarized on with the end of
We are,
Church Street.
our prime spot would be to
Maybe
ask
that's
the
an
select
idea that
board.
I don't know that you all have heard about yet, Mike.
No,
You might.
No, we haven't heard anything.
Yeah,
about it.
The ideal spot for it would be that lay down area that they use when they repaired the bridge, that little section by Ferry Park, that paved area.
To vote to close that.
To
length
close
of
that
road,
one
or-
section of street, slow traffic down a little bit and put our pipe there.
Is that big enough?
Yeah, well, a lot of
That's-
time you put it sideways,
That's
we
about,
looked at it.
that's about the size you'll need to store 7 truckloads of ductile iron pipe.
Yeah, and
Make
it,
sure the truck doesn't go over the bridge.
Well, it's low pipe.
Okay.
the good thing about that is, the good thing about that is the project's right there. The further we go away, they have to go, and it would be much better to be put on pavement.
Yeah, no, ultimately,
No.
that probably saves you a few $1,000s on. the
Might
overall
be-
job.
might be-
Right there.
So,
Right.
And
They
then
don't have to,
on pavement seems better than on a soft surface that's gonna stay in and
I want to go
everything.
to the back, not this, but the ball field parking lot, but there was a lot of people yelling at me
I
about
I told
that.
them that parking is heavily subscribed.
Yeah.
But.
The
there's a
kids
bunch
could
of-
crawl through, that would be fun.
And of course,
Pipe?
if you did close it, it would be closed by the time we start purchasing pipe through next year when we have the contract to move forward. So you have to know that too. And the price is the fencing is in that price too.
And
So that-
and for storage, you also need protection, because you don't want to end up with degraded material.
Absolutely.
and it's basically, we'd be storing the pipe there, we put the pallets of fittings and stuff will be up in our,
Yeah, that would
the
be-
water department garage, so that's inside, it's secure, small things don't walk away.
And
Pretty hard to walk away with a 20-foot piece of ductile iron pipe.
So, the fencing that's rented, right?
yes,
I mean, did
Yes.
you look at purchasing or, I mean, it seems like,
sure.
It's
We
an
did not
interesting
look
thought,
That's a good
because 2
idea.
or 3 years later, there might be another job, and 2 or 3 years, I mean, does that?
So the only reason we went with the rental is because it's temporary, so if we go down to, you know, Bridge Street down there or Ferry Park, I mean, you're in the pavement, you have to drill a hole in the ground.
Mhm.
You know, I don't, the temporary fencing is set up and it doesn't impact, you know, the asphalt and everything else. I actually figured we probably wouldn't be allowed to drill the holes in there, so, but that's a good thought, because it may be less money to purchase it, have it installed and repair the pavement than it would be to rent it.
Mhm.
So it's a good idea, actually.
Why can't purchase fence be identical to the assault fence? Why does
No,
it?
it can be, yeah, you know, it
I'm
can,
sure
it can
we
be
could
that.
buy the
It's
similar
temporary
kind of
fencing,
rental
that's all you
stuff,
need,
yeah.
but you really, but we could ask that price.
I'd just be interested
But
to see,
that's-
because
Yeah.
if you're
Price it up.
thinking about using the same strategy on a future infrastructure upgrade, then.
What would be the difference with, well, if we purchase the fence, we're not gonna go buy the fence sections, the portable sections with the adjustable bases. Well, we can get we can get a price on that and see what that covers.
You don't know until you ask.
It's true.
No, that's all you really want anyway. And where are you gonna store it afterwards too? You wanna look at that, so, hey, Wayne, okay. So,
Do we need?
Oh, wait.
That's the fence.
if you want that too, I have to check on the price for the money in the budget for salaries. If you want us to get a call out for a price, I can't even imagine how high that's gonna be, so justifying it, I really don't think it will be, but we'll see. We'll see, maybe you can go some auction place like Archie said and get the stuff used, but I mean, we haven't looked into that.
Mhm.
We looked into a contractor right here in town and just to get the price. And he did the tank for us too, he did the same job.
Mhm. So as far as your idea, Angus, about making this also an authorization to borrow, how would that work? Would this article be modified to
I
reflect that?
mean, right now, it's, you know, it's just like which warrant, you have a placeholder on there, it's really a matter of, you know, I think 2 things, do you see that as, you know, kind of, are you comfortable with that? Because you all are the ones who signed and posted the warrant, and second, would the FinCom kind of be upset because it was kind of late in the stage to kind of significantly change the nature of the article.
Well, the
I think
chair-
we've got half of them here, and I think if everyone understands what you're trying to get done, you know, hopefully they'd be amenable to consider that, but even if they didn't, you could put it on the warrant, and they could recommend against it,
Mhm.
but my guess is everyone would see what you're trying to do and see the kind of iterative process, and if it ends up making sense, probably most people would agree it makes sense.
Mhm.
As one person.
I would dissuade, Rob, I would dissuade the FinCom from discussing their opinions.
No, we're not.
Well, there-
No, that's a quorum.
I'm stating mine and record what it's like. Change.
That's a majority.
We've had the same at our meetings for board of selectmen. They went out of their way to make sure that they talked directly to the board. So we're not talking about how we feel about it. But as one person, I would feel amenable to whatever you guys felt was in the best interest of the town. My personal opinion, one person, not a quorum.
We can momentarily vote you off the FinCom. You can talk and then we'll vote you back on.
I don't want to take that risk.
You can leave the room.
Is it different?
So James is pointing out that we have to be careful about the interchanges we have between one another.
I think I agree with you too. So, we have a meeting on Wednesday, and I got a million and one thoughts, and my brain's kind of spinning a little too hard right now anyway, so.
Mike, before I forget.
Thank you.
All right,
So let's try and nail this down. What page are you on, Wendy?
Page 62 is the ARPA request form. I don't know what page one is on, but that's,
there's no pages in mine.
I'm just looking at there's no page numbers, but just.
Okay. Oh, for your,
I'll never find it.
It's on 37 on mine, of the packet.
Okay. Oh, okay, 37.
So I think we need to vote first on the use of opera funds for the pipe, and then maybe we can vote to modify article.
Correct. So the item on the floor at the moment is, it's been motioned and seconded, and we're now in discussion on whether we want to give approval to spend the $625,000 of ARPA money for the pipe purchase. So
Okay,
that's,
I do have another point for discussion.
Okay.
And I guess you might be able to, you're probably the only one who can answer this. What is needed for documentation to make sure that we meet the requirements?
And that's all I was gonna suggest, is that, you know, if you vote it, just, I think any vote should be contingent on executing some kind of MOU to ensure that all the requirements on procurement, contracting, and so forth are met. Because I think they would.
Does that come under like, does Weeby, all that come under that? I don't know.
What we've been told is that because if this is funded out of so-called revenue replacement with ARPA, which we think it will, then the state procurement will govern, 30B will govern. So if we're meeting 30B, that's sufficient. But the whole issue of revenue replacement isn't totally simple. And I'm not 100% confident that will cover 100% of it. There's a reason for that going back to last summer. So this project's eligible whether it's revenue replacement or not.
Right.
So that's not a question.
yeah,
But I think the issue of is 30B sufficient, or do we need to follow federal procurement? I think 30B is sufficient, but I'm not 100%. So that's where, you know, an MOU where the water department's operated with a fair amount of independence over the years, it just assures that like no contract's gonna be signed before we affirmatively, you know, are certain that it 100% meets everything. And we would obviously want to be, you know, right involved with procurement and things like that. So, and also things like record keeping, and make sure that everyone's clear on the records retention schedules, and that all the, you know, because I'm sure the finance department would be keeping all these things anyway, but I think the records retention on a typical AP warrant, I believe it's like 3 years, and we may have to keep the records longer because it's ARPA money. So those are the kinds of things we just want to make sure is documented, so that it's not 6 years from now and we're like, oh, we thought you had the receipts, and you're like, oh, we thought you had the receipts. We just want to make sure there's no issues, because you can get, you know, obviously audited once you're dealing with this amount of federal money. So so I would just say any vote should be contingent on, you know, satisfactory, you know, written documentation that to ensure that the all the applicable terms will be met.
So that should be part of my motion.
I would, what he said.
what he said.
Oh,
Yeah. That's,
and James remembered every single word.
Yeah.
I mean, the last part's the important thing.
Yeah.
Subject to,
No.
you know, written documentation that all applicable rules are.
Related to ARPA funding.
Yeah.
And then, so what, in terms of the timing of ordering the pipe? It could be done immediately, right? Or is there
I
a
would think
delay?
you could start procurement right away. I would, I think we'd wanna, you know, make sure if there is a Buy American clause, that we know that before we can do the procurement, so we put that into the specifications. So, I mean, we can start toward that, you know, right away, probably a couple of weeks anyway, before there's a bid document ready to go out.
If it's a couple of weeks. I mean, I think if there's gonna be a town meeting article, if that's where we end up with a town meeting article to approve borrowing for, you know, for installing the infrastructure, then seems to me it would be prudent to wait until we have that town meeting vote before actually placing the order for the pipe. And
I totally agree.
not the 30-week would not be a problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're only talking another month.
Yeah,
Right,
that's,
right.
so,
I mean,
yeah,
the special is liable that day, so.
yeah.
Mhm.
and that. I believe I did write that in there, wasn't that part of the bid process too for that one? Let me look at this. I just want to make sure. You have that in front of you, the 600. Don't have it right here, 600. Oh, no. I just want to make sure that I did put it in there.
Put one in
You
there.
gotta say that I put it in there that the engineering for the bid process for the pipe.
I believe it is.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay, hang on a minute. You'll.
Oh, yes, engineering for the
article,
bid
isn't it?
process and staging rental for the storage.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't have it right in front of me.
So are those are all appropriate ARPA
That is a good question. Yeah.
yeah,
engineering
Yeah.
and the fencing?
if it's revenue loss, any,
Any,
Anything.
Yeah, there are only four categories, and that's, I don't remember. what
yeah, it's all,
Borrowing and, you know.
okay.
OPEB
Yeah,
and,
right, yeah. but-
and pensions and, yeah.
Right, yeah, but this was not one of those four categories.
Okay.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Guys, that's amazing that we really, it's amazing that you had that money to come into you,
Mhm.
and it's amazing that, and we really appreciate you helping the water department there. There's a lot of projects in the future too, and something that I just wanted to talk back on because of the projects for the future, and I understand what you were saying, Archie. But the projects for the future, a lot of these were based on when we changed the original hydraulic study. We changed it to what we know, what is the worst pipe in town as operators here. Engineering went by ISO fire flows, okay? Well, as you may know, most towns don't even come close to ISO fire flows. So an explanation of that is, even though we have that there, when it comes to Main Street to put 16-inch pipe in and stuff like that, that might get pumped back because this pipe out here has hardly any tuberculation. I have several coupons I can show you. Because this pipe out here is on main drag, is moving all the time. It's all your arteries going off to the sides, just like your body, that don't get the flow out there and they start plugging up. So basically, it's gonna be the smaller water mains being fixed. But for this town, this water main out here, you go another 50 years easily, not even worried about it.
Well,
So I just kind of have to look at that as a capital plan in that manner. You have to take care of the short ones. Brain Neck, up on the hill, all the smaller lines,
Mhm.
Barberry, what's the one with the library, Bailey's Lane. You know, all the small little ones. And our worst complaints are right here, Church and Prospect, Mrs. Kaiser and them, they always had the low spot right there, Victor Ganji. All the sediment sits there, that pipe needs to be replaced. So to look at the long picture, yeah, but to look at the long picture, that was done by fire flow. So we'll be all dead and gone by the time they get to that, that's for sure. But you want to set them up right for the future.
Mhm.
Okay, let's,
So what
Just
about
to-
revising the article?
yeah, that's what I'm gonna say right now. So just to get us going here, I would make a motion to revise the article related to the pipe purchase to now encompass borrowing in the fiscal year 20, that will be 2025. Borrowing for the construction, for bidding and construction and placement of the previously purchased pipe for the project on Church and Prospect Street. with the caveat that we don't have, that construction costs and may or probably will be different than they are at present. But our best estimate is that they will be approximately one.
It was in the.
Yeah, based
rationale
on,
you just read out.
just based on the per linear foot, it would be like 2.2 or 2.3, but Tate and Howard may have a better number, because I know they were working on trying to come up with an updated opinion on probable cost on it.
They're the ones that gave us that.
Okay,
We went to Tate and Howard first
yeah,
to get all the you mean the fittings and, or what are you talking about?
The installation.
yeah, so what would be the estimated net cost minus those 6?
Oh, well, we have to subtract that, because if you go on the bottom of that, and go down to the bottom of that footage right there is what it is with engineering included. If I'm saying like new pipe, less than 1,000 feet, new pipe, that's also including, that's not just for pipe.
No, we're talking about the,
But for the Church and Prospect.
All right, for the church and prospect,
So these numbers, I thought these were,
that's part of the engineering too.
yeah,
It's at around 2.7 right now, but it might go up to 3 million.
so let's just say 3 million less 625
yeah.
would be the amount we.
Yeah, we can ask them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In terms of seeking borrowing authorization, they may, they may have a better number. than-
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So,
That number could, go up, at least we have the pipe. So that's another thing to get for you.
the one thing, Archie, on your motion, you had mentioned FY 25. I don't know if there's a reason to put the fiscal year into the motion, for two reasons. First of all, once town meeting approves borrowing authorization, that shows up on our books as authorized but not yet issued. So I don't know if there's a reason to put in like a date, but also I think if it was approved this spring, there's definitely a scenario where we're actually borrowing it in FY 24 sometime before the end of the next fiscal year. We may not, but I wouldn't want to tie our hands on that.
But it doesn't matter because you control.
Right,
You'll be-
exactly. So I would,
Okay.
I would leave out that FY 25 out of your.
So we probably don't want to set an end date either, because.
No,
You never know what.
No, I mean, that will remain on the town's books until it's either borrowed or rescinded.
Okay,
So I would say 2.5 million would be so right now it's 2,375. If we just go, say 3 million less 625. I mean, just as a placeholder until we get the number. from Tate and Howard.
Yeah.
Update cost.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Maybe you can help.
What was that number again?
2.5.
I should have been writing Wendy. The salary cost, this cost right now was one other thing.
Fencing.
Fencing, thank you.
Any other discussion?
No.
We talked down.
okay.
I think you guys, again, from all of us, thank you, and another thing too is that is $625,000 there, that if this project does go forward, we could. maybe
Don't
have
say
that
thanks, yeah, we haven't voted.
Okay, all those in favor?
Sorry.
They did on the 625 and now they just voted to modify the
Oh.
article request as well.
I was worried.
It's next to
25.
the chain, Mark.
You know, that's easy to
Just say
say.
thank you.
So did the board want to go ahead and vote your recommendations on the other water articles? as
Yeah,
well?
we're gonna bang through these
Yeah.
1 minute per article, and I'm gonna time them. I heard laughing, no. Okay, we got 16,610 to make repairs to the Wellfield number 1 building.
Can I just have an overall question before we start?
Okay,
This is unusual to have so many articles. Why is this?
Basically, because we do try to do a lot of these within a budget, and our budget's so bad that we can't be doing it now, especially we lost $100,000. So that's why. And now a lot of these have just come up. Now, that one didn't come up. That one's been around for a while
Right,
for that, but we put the new chemical building in there. But a lot of these things have come up where the RTUs, the remote transmitter district going on, the meter just went, so we're getting that right on there. So things just went right now.
so it's a coincidence that.
Coincidence. As far as the $30,000 for valves and things like that, of course, I do that every so many years. We're down to $7,000 in that line item that we have in that article that we have now. We have 3 hydrants out of service, basically because they're old quarries. So the $3,500 a hydrant, 2 of those are already gone. That money's gone, and that's why I'm asking for more money to put into that. We do have money within our operating budget within reason, just the same as we changed so many meters out. But now it's getting to that point where we're getting more transponders and meters going that we need more money to stay on top of it. But it all kind of coincident, you know.
That's the minute is
Okay.
blowing away.
All right.
So with on the hydrants, would the expense line need to be increased so that you don't have to come back for a warrant article in the future? You just said you have a certain amount of money, but it's not enough.
I believe, I would have to look at that, but that might have, was there any increases in the expense there?
I
Yeah.
don't know. If
Well,
it was
that's it,
enough
because I
detail.
don't break out every
Yeah.
single line item to you, but yeah. A lot of that stuff has already been raised.
Okay.
Like electricity, $10,000, you know, our electricity bill went out crazy because basically the new driven well, I mean, the deep well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And electricity costs more.
When did that actually go online? When was that account?
The new one or the old?
Yeah, the new one.
August, a year and a half ago, yeah.
Okay, so we probably need another issue at some point, need to look at allocation of the credits from Main Street Solar thing. If that's now your biggest, is that your biggest load?
Yeah.
Okay, make a motion to approve spending 16,610 to repair the stucco well field building number 1.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion to approve 9975 to clean the wellheads located at field number 1.
We try to do that every 3 years or so, the manganese builds up. And
So shouldn't that
they
be part,
plug up too, so. What's
shouldn't
that?
that be part of the operating budget then, instead of a,
Well, this is every 3rd year, no. You know, if I was doing it every year, yes. But to have it in there, I would say no.
okay,
With the droughts too, if it comes sooner and.
With
With
the-
the droughts, it comes sooner,
Yeah.
you're pulling more off the bottom.
right, okay.
Is that a motion, or taking that motion?
No second.
Second.
Any more comments?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion to transfer from the Water Enterprise Stabilization Fund, the 7340 to purchase new SCADA remote terminal units.
Second.
So are these cellular or how do these work?
They
The new ones will be so.
well, they communicate with all the tanks and all the pump stations.
I'm just wondering how they communicate
Yeah,
with
so,
data.
yeah,
Okay,
They used to be hardwired.
yes.
I think it's second.
Yes.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great time on that one.
Okay, next article, transfer from water stabilization, the sum of 19,900 to purchase a continuous chlorine monitoring system. I'm just curious, how did it come out exactly 19,900? It just like right on the border of being a capital expenditure.
Well, no, it did come in below, but I put the 10% in there and the 10% went over, so I brought it back down to below that.
Okay,
That's
Fair enough.
exactly it. And that is a requirement by DEP. That is going on, I think, 15 years old now. And we maintain it ourselves because you can't even get parts for that either anymore.
But it's still functioning.
Still functioning,
You just
if it's
can't
not
get parts.
functioning, then
Yeah.
we're a non-compliant.
so just, I shouldn't ask you a question, but I'm going to. The water comes from say we get the water from Newburyport and we're mixing it with, has their water already been chlorinated and so then it's double chlorinated or no?
Absolutely, because it comes in at a, all right, so
Percentage of it extra, we add a percentage more.
So you don't double it, it just gets a little bit more or whatever,
It goes
yeah,
out in a certain percentage.
Okay,
We
exactly.
boost it back up to that percentage.
okay.
It goes out to us.
and how do you do that? How do you maintain that? I'll put you on the spot.
What do you mean by, how do we maintain?
How do you maintain what you're pumping there? You know the answer.
Oh, yeah, no, we have to monitor their incoming residual
To end unit,
was that?
to the end unit
Yeah,
residual.
yeah, so we monitor coming in and we monitor it at the end. And what we have at the end is, tells you how much you have to put in at the beginning, because if you don't have enough to get to the end, it's like filling your gas tank up. If you know it's gonna take you a full tank of gas, you don't stop with the half a tank.
So basically, too, is what happens is at the plant, they treat the water, they chlorinate it, and it comes in, and by the time it reaches their end point, which is us, it's required to have a 0.2 minimum residual in there. A lot of times it doesn't even come in at a 0.2 minimum residual. And when I first came here, I'm talking, you guys won't have to listen to me more than a month and a half, but when I first came here, you all know that the bacteria at the school was too numerous to count because it was never flushed or anything down there. That had no residual. So we have to keep the residual at a 0.2 residual at the booster station in Groveland, which basically almost guarantees you 99% that you're not going to get coliform bacteria pathogens in your water system. That's basically the way it is. So yes, you're pumping more chlorine down that end. We did try to do it at the booster station, and we do have an emergency chlorination unit at the booster station, which is at the Page School. So if we needed to really boost it up there, we put an emergency chlorination station in the pipe at the booster station and jam that with the chlorine. And we have an injection point on the new water tank, where if you did lose it in your water tank, that we can do it there too. But you always, no matter what's coming in, we have to make sure that we're boosting surface water, because it's surface water. If it was just wells, it'd be totally different. You go over the just wells over in Groveland, they only need to keep a 0.2 residual in their whole system. It doesn't get eaten up. But with the surface water that eats your chlorine.
That's because it's organic.
Organics are in it. It's just, that's the way it is.
Okay. I knew I shouldn't have asked the question.
It's okay, we learned something.
Shut up, Mike, okay.
Okay, did I have a second?
Yes,
All those in favor?
I,
Aye. Transfer sum 3865 from the Water Enterprise Stabilization Fund and make a motion to purchase a new Crone magnetic master meter.
Yeah. It's a master meter at the booster station that's now failed. So that basically measures the amount of water from the booster station only to this end of town, the high side of town, yeah. Whatever's going on at the booster station.
So how are you measuring it now if it failed?
We are estimating the total for the day,
Okay,
yeah. And it's not critical, as you know, what's critical is the 2 master meters at the well field.
right.
But we just want to see, well, when I'm doing unaccounted for water, where it might be.
Mhm.
Is it on this end of town? Just so you know, only 2% from that booster station back to the well field is that. 98% of the town is from that booster station this way.
Further,
Mhm.
all those in favor? Aye. Make a motion to see if the town will vote to transfer a sum of 140,000 from the water enterprise free cash to purchase additional water from the city of Newburyport to replenish the line items in the 2023 operating budget. I assume this would be a special town, yes, special town meeting article, okay.
And that also falls, yeah. We talked about that.
Right,
But I think it would be good to have, to delineate what expense lines you're backfilling. So it's clear, I mean, how much of this 140,000 is going for water? And how much is to backfill, you know, what you spent?
Well, what we're pulling out is minimal right now, so we're 20,000 behind right now.
Mhm.
Okay, so I can, whatever if you want, I can tell you what 3 line items that comes out of. We don't ever get into that, never have in 25 years. If you want to start doing that, then start doing it. But I might have pulled it out of 3 other ones. It might have been, you know, office supplies. It's part of that expense line item. You want to know every one of them and you want to micromanage that, that's fine. Do that. All I'm saying is, that's only $20,000 right now. I did explain to you before that we have $90,000 coming in expense for that. So there's 90, that's 100 to 110,000 right there already. And then maybe another 30 to get through the rest of the year. That's the only way I can explain it right now, unless you want me to go down to the pennies and tell you everything.
No, I'm just saying that the, you know, sentence in the, under the article explanation said that it's needed to backfill, you know, line items. So if you're gonna make.
Partially, yes.
Just a round number, I'm not asking you to get down to the penny, but it would be good.
Well, right now, 20,000.
So
right now.
20,000, okay.
Right now, 20,000.
Well, Wendy, what you're asking is that for the article, we actually are going to have a town meeting that, so the voters can see how that is being distributed. I mean, I can see where that would be helpful.
So being distributed, meaning what into the,
Meaning how the money is being allocated for the water, like how much is paying for, you know, where.
we won't know that right now, Rick. I would never be able to estimate that right now for you. I can't do that. I can tell you what we're behind and what other line items I pulled it out of, the 20,000. But I can't tell you for the, you know, where that's gonna come out until I know what the water bills are gonna be and how much we're gonna use. It's impossible. I'm just trying to get
What
some,
period of time is this covering now?
just till this year, July.
The end of the fiscal year.
This year,
And there's a use, and it's 20,000,
I'm 20,000 behind now. In 7 months, we used all our money.
right, so 20,000 behind.
Right.
Between now and the end, you're gonna go up another 120,
Yeah, so, okay, all right,
is that what it is?
yeah, so what? And remember, we're purchasing, you might not know this, understand this. When Pipe State Tank is gonna be taken offline here very shortly, we are buying all our water from
So that's
Newbury.
all it is.
Yeah, so it's like $87,000 to that.
The rest is gonna expend the rest of the year,
Correct,
because the water tank is coming offline.
correct.
There you go, thank you.
That's-
Now I understand, right?
All right, then I didn't explain it right then. I'm sorry about that. That's exactly the way it is.
That's simple enough, isn't it?
I think so.
okay, all those in favor?
Fine.
Aye. Okay, last one, Mike has already discussed this, $30,000 for valves, hydrants, meter pits, meters, or any other devices associated with the water distribution system. So basically, you're kind of replacing your operating supplies. I kind of agree that this seems like it should be in the budget, but.
It is in the budget
yeah.
though. It is in the budget. This isn't to be used for like 1 year type thing. Again, this is something like, and I'm sure the town has it too, it's a slush fund to go to, like when I run out of meter materials in my expense account. Once I run out of that, then I need to reach into that. I don't go to that and get them first. Like right now, I had $20,000 or $30,000 in there over several years. Now we're down to 7,000, but we have 3 hydrants out. Okay, well, my operating budget in the hydrant line item is down to nil right now, so I need to go back to that.
Right, but to Wendy's point, this is also something you should be planning out so that it does come out.
Okay,
Yeah,
Rob, we're trying to get, keep this going.
you're right.
Is that a motion?
No, I didn't make a motion. I make a motion to approve this article.
Second.
So this 30,000 is just for this year, for FY 24?
No, it's a capital, it'll, if you want to have a sunrise clause on it, that's for the next 3 years. It's like, Crane Neck, we have some homes out there that have long runs. One of them's 900 feet out there. Well, we had to go out there and put meter pits in on these, and there's some other ones like that, where my unaccounted for water, if it gets over 10%, I gotta try to find out where that unaccounted water we're in trouble.
Yeah, I was just asking what time frame this is for. It's not just for a single year, it's
No.
for,
This is,
3 years.
normally that goes forever. Normally it goes until we run it out.
Yeah, it sounds like, Wendy, from what I heard, it sounds like that you did this 3
Yeah.
or so years ago, and,
Right.
and it's a fund that's basically there to deal with unexpected
Right.
failures.
Yeah.
Known that they will happen, but never known where or when, just to have funds available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that stuff doesn't get spent until I'm getting very low on my expenses. The water department's expenses.
All those in favor? Aye.
I think we're set with water.
My minutes are up.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Thanks again, you guys, for that. That's a big step. Huge step. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Mike.
Good night.
So Mike, no tea time tomorrow, so give me a call.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, where are we?
I
Let's
think
see.
we're on item F, we had, just a couple of other non-water articles that are, scheduled to go to FinCom before you meet again 2 weeks from tonight. One of those, there was a carryover on the revolving fund for curbside recycling. That 2 weeks ago, I'd asked you to table because there was a balance building up in that, so I did have time to talk to Blake Seal about that, and the revenues that have been receipted into that are fully allowable to be used for instance, the overspending that's going on right now in the FY 23 recycling line. So I talked it through with Blake. They haven't, unlike the operating budget, they don't get like monthly reports on the balances from the revolving fund. So the Board of Health really didn't have any idea that it was building up such a balance. So when we talked it through and we read the language in the bylaw for that revolving fund, that can be used for solid waste and recycling expenses. So rather than going to FinCom to get a line item transfer or reserve fund transfer, they can pay that from that revenues in the revolving fund. So that should, every dollar paid through that doesn't need to be paid through the operating budget. So with the discussion that we had, I'm comfortable with the amount that's, with the authorized amount that's in there, with the 50,000, that's the same as in this year. I don't think in practice it would be anything close to that. And you could reduce it, but there's really no exposure from having a higher amount of the revolving fund, because it's all just money's in, money's out. It's not there's not tax monies, it's fee money. So but I do think that's something that so I recommended to Blake, and he agreed that whether we do it twice a year or 4 times a year, that the Board of Health be asked to draw down the balance in that revolving fund so that there's not more than $5,000 in there, and use the additional amount to pay expenses that would otherwise hit the operating budget. So now that it's clarified in my mind, so that's still a loose end, to be, voted. You had already acted on the other revolving funds. And then the other two we have.
I'm not fine, let's do that, I can't find it.
It's on that kind of scorecard that you have in here.
Okay.
In the packet, I think it's toward the, there's a couple of them that I put a box in.
Blast them out, this
Yeah.
number 21.
Yeah, 21, that's right, yeah. It's page 30 on the online. All right. I can put that up on the screen. Here we go, yeah, here we go. So you already dealt with the water ones, so yeah, this is the 21, fixed maximum amount from the revolving fund. So it basically, it's the way it's proposed is unchanged from the current
Okay.
year.
Okay. Someone make a motion, because I'm not clear on.
So Article 21 is all the revolving funds.
It is.
So did we table the whole thing?
Actually, you know what, you tabled the whole thing, but I think that
Yeah.
maybe the FinCom.
We said
Yeah,
yes.
the FinCom handled the first 5, and then let that.
Yeah.
All right, so I move to approve Article 24. Is that the right?
21, yeah,
21.
to set maximum receipts and expenditures from revolving funds for FY 24.
Right,
So this would be unchanged from the current fiscal year.
Second, thanks.
So, you were out in the tropics too.
Right.
Yeah, so what had happened, so when we had done Jenny had done a nice little report showing the revolving funds and the last couple of years of activity. And so 2 weeks ago, I had noted that the curbside recycling had built up a significant surplus over the last 2 years. You can see in FY 22 was over 15,000 revenues above expenditures, and then so far this year, an additional, 6,600. So for a 22.3 revenues above expenses. So when I saw that, I asked the board 2 weeks ago to table it because I wanted to understand what was going on in that account, because you shouldn't be building up a big reserve in a revolving fund. So I talked to Blake, sent him a bunch of documentation, and I think where this was a newly created account just 2 years ago, they hadn't really realized that the fees that were being received into here were building up and can be used to pay some of their invoices. So where they're overspent on recycling this year, that can be paid right out of this fund.
Okay,
But yeah, 2 weeks ago, I had asked you to table action on this article because I wanted to do more research on that.
We had a motion and a second, didn't we?
yes.
yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the other ones flagged for tonight that you can either act on tonight or not. But the fire pickup replacement, the capital article, as well as the police cruiser supplemental funding for FY 23. And you can act on any of the others as well, but those were the ones that I was gonna see if we can get to, because they're going to.
So Rick, you feel pretty good about the pickup? Did that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's certainly a
It's
much older vehicle, the existing one, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a big number, no question about it, but I mean, I think,
But it does a lot
I
of stuff,
think
yeah.
the chief explained adequately why that was, and,
Okay, I
and
mean,
there's no electric version.
you wanna make a motion?
Sure, move that we approve the article for the, fire pickup truck, the fire forestry pickup truck.
Second,
Discussion? You good, Wendy? Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you. And then the police cruiser supplemental funding for the current fiscal year.
So this is for, we can't get what we want at the older price. Is that the basic
That's right.
bottom line?
That's
Okay,
exactly right.
Right.
okay.
But
I
I think, or we can make a motion, but then we can talk about it.
okay, I make a motion that we approve the additional funding for the FY 23 vehicle of 25,000 to purchase the police cruiser. Okay,
And,
discussion?
and my understanding was that, I think Michael was planning to actually not purchase one this year. Is that correct? Do you know what the time frame is for? But I think he was gonna hold off for a bit based on,
He's gonna defer.
yeah, he's gonna defer, because with the two hybrid vehicles they're getting now, that, they're sort of learning about, reductions in engine runtime and maintenance, and they're just trying to understand as much as they can about.
He did say something about that, yeah.
Sort of improved maintenance cycles and, presumably improved vehicle life, because historically, what has always been said is that the, life of the, police patrol cars isn't based so much on miles as it is engine runtime. And the hybrid engines are running much less because when the cars are sitting idling, they're not idling, they're idling only intermittently.
If he said that, and I don't doubt it, I don't.
Yeah,
He did,
So
yes.
I don't have anything. in
Yeah,
writing
and I
from
meant to catch up with him to try to get
a lot of us.
more elaboration, but that's okay. I think,
Yeah, so,
So I have a
so
que-
if that's a question, then maybe we should table it, and I need to confirm that with him.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
If that's, yeah.
You okay with that, Wendy, or?
Yeah, why did you want to table it? Just
Well,
so-
if what I'm hearing is he doesn't intend to go forward with the article.
Well, but he might sometime within the next fiscal year, so.
Well, the next fiscal year, the budget's been adjusted upward.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, the next fiscal year, the cruiser budget carries, because this year it carried like 40. And next year it carries 60.
okay.
So the adjustment's been made in next year's operating budget. I had
Yeah, so we should get.
understood this was for the current
Okay.
fiscal year.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, maybe we could, I'd like to hold on and get it, so.
Rick, so the cruisers. I just wanted it just for my own personal information, the cruisers idling. How do you keep the, if we're using, if the internal combustion engine isn't running much on the hybrid when we're in idle, how do you keep warm when it's 20? How is the heater working? Because the heater runs off the.
Yeah, well,
internal
so the engine
combustion.
does still cycle on and off, based on demand from the battery, keeping the battery up to charge. And I'm not sure in those cars if there's also, thermoelectric
An
heater.
electric heater?
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I mean,
okay.
for instance, in electric cars or plug-in hybrids, you have an electric heater.
Okay, I just wondered, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we do hold off on that.
yeah, I'll get that confirmed with Dwyer. Yeah, withdraw that motion. Yeah, I'll just pass over that one for now.
Withdraw the motion, I think. we're-
Okay, I make a motion to withdraw my motion.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
So that's all I had penciled in for the articles. I don't know if there's others you want to talk about, you could, but I don't know that,
And then there's one I don't want to go.
well, we're really just referring it to the FinCom and, right? I assume you mean Article 43?
That would be correct.
That's next on the agenda, right?
it's, within this, yes, any articles, I think this is.
Right, I'm just with the backup for it, and that was next after the water. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
Okay, so I move we refer the wetland protection bylaw on to the next stage, which I think is reviewed by FinCom.
That means you're not gonna discuss it and take action?
No, we need a second and then we can discuss. Right,
Second.
Discussion.
I mean, we could discuss in front of that, but technically.
Yeah, we can discuss it, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I'm just saying, I mean, typically, that's what the process is supposed to be. You get a motion, second, and then discuss.
Okay, so my question is, why are you avoiding that issue? As a board,
Because we only got this today.
we're gonna have the same concern, obviously, and
Yeah,
our question, I think, with the last meeting, not inappropriate, because was in the meeting was, we made a request that the select board maybe look at whether the timing was appropriate on this. Is there enough time frame to address it?
yeah, I mean, that is a concern. I mean, we're not creating additional new meetings for it. I guess if the FinCom feels like there's not enough time, then your vote should reflect that.
We'll find a vote, I'm sure, but
Yeah,
again, I still haven't even seen it.
Yeah, we haven't seen it.
it was in the packet posted online, wasn't it?
It was, but remember, I had reached out and we decided not to further refer it until until a decision was made tonight of whether to keep it on the warrant.
We get our packets in weekly bites, because we can't take everything, so if it's available, we're just trying to get through the meeting this Wednesday.
Yeah.
Just like you guys, we're in the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
get your packets too,
Yeah.
and their packets.
Yeah,
So-
I will say it does say it cut out one page and 400 some odd words, but it looks the same. It looks very legal and I wish that they had done more to make it, user friendly. But, I did talk to the conservation agent about it and she feels like the changes that were made will make her job easier and make it easier for residents to comply with it.
Oh, okay, I have,
Easier than last year's proposal.
Yes.
Not easier than today. Not easier than without a bylaw.
No.
I will agree that they have streamlined it. Now it's not a Greyhound bus, it's a school bus, but that's the streamlining. The thing that bothers me completely with, it's a bad analogy.
Yeah, right. You might have.
I wasn't, I'm not. In one criticism that I had last year, and it made, this is my biggest one of the thing is in there's new there's new numbering, so that what it was numbered before isn't the same number. But this sentence is what bothers me the most on the whole thing. At a minimum, these regulations shall reiterate the terms defined in this bylaw, define additional terms and requirements not inconsistent with the bylaw, provide for undisturbed vegetated buffers extending from the edge of resource areas, and impose filing and consultant fees. So basically, the bylaw is there, does not constrain they want to be able to do additional things as defined by the Concom, not inconsistent with the bylaw. And that's such a expansive sentence that it really bothers me. I don't know what not inconsistent with the bylaw means. That's open to a lot of interpretation, and that particular sentence bothers me tremendously, as does the fact that something that I've been concerned about is also intermittent streams are part of the jurisdiction of this proposed wetlands bylaw. But there's no definition of intermittent streams in the bylaw at zero, no definition whatsoever. And I've looked at lots of other towns, what they did and so forth. And one thing that's not, and one thing we're going to hear is that a lot of other towns have wetlands bylaws that go beyond the wetlands protection of the Commonwealth. And that's fine, but very few towns have old roads with very large swales next to them with the topography of the soil that West Newbury has. So there's a lot of different conditions that you know, people are gonna say, well, Wellesley has one, and you know, so several towns have wetlands protection bylaws. But by calling things that are in other towns are actually sometimes they're on the curb, the gutters along curbs that go into catch basins and then go into stormwater. In West Newbury, we don't, except in some of the very new developments, we don't have that situation. We have Middle Street is sort of what I think of is the most prominent problem with this wetlands bylaw. It's a very old road. If you know West Newbury soils, water it doesn't go through it very well. That's why we have a lot of roads, a lot of properties that don't perk. So the water runs off the road, or it comes down a hill, and the road is built up higher in a lot of cases, even than the stone walls on the road. So years of compacting of that dirt doesn't allow the runoff from the road or the runoff from a house up on the hill. It concentrates in the drainage ditches along the sides of the roads, which in normal situations would simply be absorbed into the side of where the road was, or into the ground. But in West Newbury, the water doesn't get absorbed quite as rapidly. So a lot of areas like that are going to be impacted by this wetlands bylaw, a lot of households. And one question, and it goes for 100 feet from those. If those are defined as intermittent streams, there's no, last year they were, this year they've sort of made that unclear what an intermittent stream is. And my question is, even imagine that there's a swale on one side of the road and the other side of the road is flat. With 100, the road is not 100 feet wide, the road's 20 or 24 feet wide. The house across the lot or the property owner across the street will also be subject to these regulations, and there isn't even any water on that particular property. So there's a lot of things that I think need to be worked on still with this bylaw. I have other things. Final one is, I'll give you one more. Under definitions, incremental activities which have or may have a cumulative adverse effect on the resource areas protected by this law. No one can predict whether something will in the future have combined incremental activities will have effects on the resource areas. That's subjective. The people on the Conservation Commission don't have the power to predict the future, and that sentence really bothers me. Okay, I'll be quiet. Otherwise I won't.
Well, I think, you know, in terms of the timing, the schedule, this is what made it such a problem last time. People felt that it was rushed, there wasn't enough public outreach, and I feel like they're setting themselves up for the same situation again by waiting till the very last minute, which was not anything to do with the agent. You know, the public hearing is the 29th. I mean, we can't really wait. I would like to hear public input from the hearing before we
Absolutely.
make a decision. The FinCom is gonna be asked to vote on it tomorrow, you know, Wednesday.
A week, probably week.
I'm sorry, a week from Wednesday, but the public hearing will not have happened yet if that's, you know,
That's right, yeah.
germane to their
And if we
discussion.
don't act on it tonight, then it will be before that.
Right.
Period.
So I see that as problematic. And I do think it should be at an annual town meeting, not in the fall.
Rob,
So that was my initial impression was that, and I'm looking at it from someone who knows about this, but doesn't know about it. Like you all are very familiar with this stuff, so you can read it, whether you like it or not, you can understand it. That's not the population at large. You have a public hearing. Where's that public hearing being held? Is it gonna be held in an auditorium where everybody's invited and make sure there's 100 people in there? Or is it gonna be attended by 3 or 4 people that are really angry? All the rest are gonna be wandering around wondering, what does this mean today? There's not enough time to educate people, and you can't educate on a town meeting floor. It doesn't work, never works. This thing's just gonna be disruptive as all hell, excuse me. And on top of it, why wasn't this under discussion like 3 or 4 months ago? Because this is something that was almost brought forward last year, 12 months ago. So this seems ill-timed to me, not advisable.
Rick, you want to say something?
I agree with what Rob just said, it's just that the timing is kind of terrible. I mean, I haven't, quite honestly, I went through it in 30 seconds. I didn't read it, you know, I haven't had time to look at it and read it, and
Has the Conservation Commission been approached about possibly pulling it and waiting till next year? I think they shoot themselves in the foot. I think with this short schedule, if they haven't properly educated people, I think it could be very problematic for them. And if it does fail, my understanding is correct, you can't come back with the same general article without significant modification for 2 years. So if they don't get.
I think that's a zoning
That's
bylaw.
zoning. Yeah, that's for zoning.
Either way, I don't see it going well for them if they try and stuff it down the world's throats.
Agreed. Seems rather onerous the way it's written.
Yeah, it's based on a template from the Mass Association of Conservation Commissions, and, you know, a lot of towns do use it, but the feedback last time around was it's too much, it's too legal, you know, you can't understand it, and
You can't understand it, and to Dave's point, the intermittent streams that may be there, may not be there, and the setback areas, they're significant.
the other thing that's not clear is there are state regulations that control a lot of this anyway, and what we wanted was to have one column saying what's already required, even if you don't like it or don't agree with it, it's required by the state, and what additional is the town, you know, gonna add. I think that would be very straightforward, and that would help people to understand.
That's a good point, Wendy.
Yeah, that would really help a lot. Yeah, because otherwise you gotta parse through this, and it's not, you know, it's not the type of material that you read and that flows and that's comfortable reading.
It does. No, it doesn't. Intermittently.
Better than the Greyhound, but
Better than the Graham River School.
so what do we wanna do?
Okay, well, I made a motion, Wendy seconded, do we want to, vote to not refer it on? Or do we want to vote to refer it on? But that's,
Yeah,
So
I
you
just-
voted positive.
no.
In the positive, sure.
I made a motion.
So no, the motion is what I meant, yeah.
So to vote it down, you'll vote no.
Yeah,
So you wouldn't be sending it to FinCom. Vote positive, you would be sending it to FinCom.
so. the motion on the floor is to, forward it to the FinCom. Further discussion?
Yeah, I'm really struggling because the conservation agent really thinks this is important and has put a lot of work into it, and, you know, that's my hesitation, to not refer it is, it's not insulting, but I think, it's not how I want to treat our staff. But
But it isn't, the timeliness or lack thereof isn't on the conservation.
no, it's not, but the impacts of it will be felt by her.
Right.
But,
I might refer it, but I'm gonna fight it down. I can refer
yeah, I don't think,
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't think we should refer it because it's not gonna be successful. I think it's important that the town has a wetlands bylaw, and I think this does a disservice to the Conservation Commission and the town if we refer it under this schedule and in the current state.
so I'm not figuring out which way you want to go.
I'm telling you, that's what I think. I think it's not in the Conservation Commission's interest or the town's to forward it under the schedule. But my concern is that how this is going to impact the agent. So,
Well, I agree
Yeah.
with you on that.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so all those in favor of forwarding it? Aye.
Opposed?
What?
You're supposed to say all those.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Good.
So I just want to say something, I want to observe something interesting, that this is a mirror image.
The irony of this entire,
What's that?
is not lost.
It actually bears out exactly what you said.
Yes.
Okay,
it's tough to deal with stuff like this, so.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the whole weight of the board should be directed towards supporting the, conservation agent,
Right.
who does a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does a super job, yeah,
Super job.
yeah, yeah.
Who's gonna have all my good posters and?
You could save it, I'm sure, for next spring.
Bingo one for next year. You have all the time off.
We'll send you a special invitation when it comes back.
Okay, okay.
All right, where are you?
I might have a,
well, so
Reason.
when you say where are we, and so I would say there's still a handful of articles that you haven't yet formally taken up. And those may or may not be kind of right tonight. I think some of them are, meaning you have all the information that exists. Others, you don't have all the information because it's still developing. So I don't know if you wanted to try to take on any of these.
okay, okay, 25, we don't want to deal with that at the moment. Correct?
Right.
Right.
Which one, the police cruiser, okay.
That's
25 was the file.
Oh, okay.
And we don't know enough about 20.
20 is the PEG fund. So I will say, so Wendy and I went to the cable advisory committee. That was, when you talked about that 2 weeks ago, the direction was to get their recommendation for the amount. So they did meet, what was it, 2 Thursdays ago, and they did recommend 90,000. There's an existing balance in the PEG account of a little more than 200,000. And
So did they give it like a breakdown of what that was gonna
not a
be?
specific breakdown, but nor has that ever been provided in the past.
Well, one of the big items was for the school, I don't know the extent of it's some kind of,
Well,
production.
there's a server replacement here in this building that's definitely needed, and then they did also talk about wanting to collaborate with the school and potential investments there that could improve broadcasting capability, but they didn't have this, there's not a specific project there yet.
When you say the school, middle
The
school,
high school, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, they are gonna attend the FinCom meeting and present, right?
For the 22nd.
Yeah, so maybe we should wait until after that, or have them come when they're ready to,
I don't think we need to make
You don't
it
need
come
more?
twice, but I would, so,
if you wanted more detail.
yeah. If they present to the FinCom, we could hear that, yeah. So what about, like, all the work that Adam does, isn't that covered too?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
didn't
but
mention,
that's-
you didn't mention that.
Well, no, that's,
Like the
that's in the warrant article request, or the backup for them has the typical, expenses. And so you can see that, like the work that Adam does is a relatively small, you can see what that accounted for in each of the past.
Oh, okay, all right, so that's a smaller amount, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's more than covered. I think the amount was partly driven by the server, which is something that we're actively working to cost out. We have one quote, but it's got to be put out to bid. That, or round numbers, that could be a $30,000 item.
Okay, that's a little.
That's including all that ancillary stuff. It could be less than that, because I think there's some nice to haves in there, not need to haves, but the cable advisory committee is looking at that. They have been doing more with these grants to different groups to support speakers, but in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't amount to a whole lot of,
So it's estimated that the revenue will be going down each year, is that true? Fewer people are doing cable, or is that it?
I haven't made that projection.
But no, but
I
it
can
says
see the
30, it
number.
says 34 this year versus.
Well, but
That's
that's
the
the year to
year-to-date.
date through January.
Oh, that's year to date, okay,
So,
sorry.
I mean, there's somewhat of a decrease from 21 to 22, but I haven't spent enough time with this to know if that's a trend or a
Okay.
Less people at home, so don't have as much cable TV.
So are the fees, are they a percentage of expenditure or are they a per user?
Fixed,
Fixed
yeah,
per user? Yeah.
whatever, couple bucks or something like that, yeah.
I don't have cable, but I don't know.
Yeah, so you can see that the balance through January is 230,000 in that account.
And they're coming to FinCom.
A week from Wednesday, yeah.
Okay,
These are all following.
okay, so we table that, or?
Yeah.
you-
Yeah.
Okay,
And then,
Page school.
Page School, I don't know if you saw I mean, we just got a new number Thursday night at Capital Improvement. That was after this packet was largely assembled, so I don't even remember if I put anything in here about.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because they,
40,000 and another.
yeah,
40,000 was in the other.
yes.
I think.
Well, yeah,
It's been
40,000
right
was in the
up.
other one, but based on, so there was a rough proposal from a vendor who came and looked at it last Thursday. He turned it around very quickly, had a response Thursday afternoon, 86, not including the electrical work. So, talking with Wayne suggested boosted it up to 115 to include the electrical work and sort of, contingency. Now, we're supposed to meet with another vendor today, but he called 9 o'clock in the morning and said he couldn't make it today. I didn't copy you on that because I figured you had enough other stuff going on and you weren't gonna be there, Wayne, I let Wayne and Bob know.
Yeah, and just to, not to wordsmith, but Rick said proposal. It wasn't a proposal, it was an estimate. Yeah, you don't get a proposal, to put out the bid and so it was the courtesy of a prospective vendor kind of giving a round number. That was the 86.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So just to be clear.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, right now, the article request form still has the old number, because this is just, this is brand new information that we just got Thursday, a short time before the capital witness. before the Capitol meeting Thursday night, so. So you might
So
want,
should we wait on that?
you know, more information to digest that, because that's not even,
Mhm.
so I don't really think that was ready, and you have that penciled in for a week from Wednesday, not this Wednesday. Right. Snow and ice, I mean, that's always, you know, we're gonna wait till town meeting to set that, up,
Mhm.
so.
But why don't we just approve it, because is it, are any of us gonna vote against what the snow and ice comes out?
No,
No,
all right,
I make a motion to approve the potential snow and ice deficit if it does exist. Perhaps it will because of tomorrow, we don't know.
Second,
To be funded from free cash.
second.
and then so that will just be pulled if it's not necessary,
Yeah,
That'll be necessary,
it will be necessary,
yeah.
okay, I thought it wasn't as of the last time he was at.
Yeah, but
Famous
Wayne
last words.
yeah, no, he talked with us about it on Thursday night at Capitol.
Oh, he did,
And,
okay,
yeah, he said with the number, because, you know, obviously there's a lag time between the event and the billing.
mhm,
And when it
oh,
shows up in the number, so he said with some of these events where it's been 30 to 34 degrees and kind of slushy, icy. He said that every time they salt the road, it's $18,000 to $22,000. And
so
so,
he said last year salting costs more
Way,
than
way
plowing.
yeah,
which is
so he said
crazy.
like for
Yeah.
an overnight event, they might salt 7 times in a single event.
Yeah.
He said there's no question in his mind, it's gonna go over the 150 that's on this year's operating budget.
okay, yeah, I think,
Soft, really.
yeah. All right,
But yeah, I mean, obviously, the further, you know, closer we get to town meeting, the better number we have on that.
all right,
All those in favor?
fine.
Aye.
And then what about the funds for study of Dole Place, are we not ready for that?
Well, you tell me.
Or we can-
I think, you know, I think the board, you've got a number that you'd like to put forward, so that's new information. 'Cause
That's
now
right, we did,
we
okay.
So.
Yeah. So where is that on there?
That's 15.
50.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, 15.
Article
Yeah,
15,
yeah.
50.
Yeah, I move that we, refer, the article for a, essentially, study to define the scope of testing that should be done for, 31 Dole Place for an amount of $50,000.
And to peer review that engineering.
Right, and peer review the other engineer.
The existing engineering study, yeah.
So we just want to make sure we have a good number that we're working on, that we have a second set of eyes on that.
Second,
Discussion? You good, Wendy? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
So someone from the board will present to us,
yes,
that will, it seems like it will probably be that way, right?
mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
And when is that?
We can, that's 22nd. Yeah.
29.
Put that up on the last agenda. And then the pipe statement page, this is one that I would suggest hold off, because this is very, very active. I've had a couple of meetings last week with Wayne and Christine, including you know, they had a lengthy meeting with the vendor. We're basically working to rescope the crossing so that we can get that to within what can be paid out of the earmark. The question to you at a staff level, I can tell you, me and Christine and Wayne would fully, you know, enthusiastically support keeping an article on to start the process of a broader corridor planning study. We really think that that's gonna be important because.
You mean the big deal?
Yeah,
Okay.
so, but I know that, you know, when you talked about it, I think 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was longer ago than that, I know the direction was to, you know, to get what we could done, to get done what we could get done on the crosswalk with the $30,000 earmark, and then to bring the balance of those costs to town meeting. But we would like to, still go forward with a proposal to start a broader corridor planning process, because we think that's gonna be important for context for the crosswalk and making, Safe Routes to Schools application more competitive. If, you know, if it's really part of a broader process. But we also think that, that's gonna be a multi-year process to do a corridor, planning process that's gonna be.
Maybe it's something that gets done 10 years from
Yeah,
now,
like
but
it's. to
have
get
a
on the tip,
plan,
and
yeah.
Rob, you know this, to get on the tip, you need, you gotta do the upfront design, you gotta have a real project, and, there's a number of different, areas along the corridor that are areas of real pedestrian safety concern. Page and Pipe State is obviously one of them, but there's several others. And so having.
Broad corridor, I'm sorry, I think this,
Like Route 113.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that, and we've been talking about basically running from Chase Street all the way to the Groveland Town line, but that's not set. I mean, that's whatever we want to
but
make
when
it.
you refer to broader, you.
Like a 5 mile.
Right.
Yeah, stretch. And to start with a conceptual planning process. So basically, TEC is working to retool the proposals that you saw at the last meeting to align with what we'd like to propose. So until we have a number, unless you tell me tonight, like, don't even bother to do that work. But basically, we're working with them to get a number for what that broader study would be, and then you can decide if you want to support that, keep that on the warrant. It's not the crosswalk per se, it is a broader, corridor thing, but we think that strategically it makes a lot of sense, and there's a huge amount of support, obviously, in the community for pedestrian safety planning, so. We think it might not be something that we would start right away just because of bandwidth, but if it had a long sunset day, it would be nice to have that. That we knew we could kind of look ahead.
Yeah.
So I thought the last meeting we talked about the funds just for the crosswalk, there's a grant opportunity or something, we were trying to hurry to get that.
Yeah.
So that's still gonna happen or?
That's
not?
still gonna happen,
Okay.
yeah, we signed a contract with the Commonwealth, we got the $30,000 earmark. And we were gonna get done. Or the ones that we can get done by June 30th. So this would be part of the rescoping that we've asked them to do, is to take the aspect of that first scope that didn't fit within the 30, so that included some of the permitting work with DOT, as well as the bid documents, and we're a ways away from that, to take that, put it into that second scope, and have the second scope also be the broader corridor.
All right, that
So
makes sense, yeah.
that's the idea. I just need to have some updated scopes from DEC with a number to plug in there.
All right.
Article 23 and 24. We don't have to work on those.
Oh, yeah, good catch. Good. Yeah.
Which are those?
Those are the CPA, the CPC ones. And it was so funny because we went around and around because you voted it like 2 or 3 different times.
Yeah.
You put it on the warrant, you referred to CPC, but we couldn't find that you ever actually favorably recommended.
Like
those
thumbs up,
articles.
thumbs down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Jim and Rebecca were all kind of.
Where are we?
This is going back to the CPA
Sawmill
articles.
Brook and the transfer of the CPC funds.
Yeah, you've taken multiple votes on these.
We did the trust, didn't we?
You put it
Referred it
on
to,
the warrant, but we didn't find that you'd actually favorably
Okay.
recommend it. And maybe you did, we just couldn't find it.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to transfer on labeled here, labeled Article 24, to transfer the CPC housing funds to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Second.
So the question of the amount is still, so.
Yeah.
So that amount right there, the 172 is just the balance, but
So
the
would that
intent.
go up to like 220 or 230 or something like that?
Yeah, but I guess we're not sure whether we can, because we would be voting in Article 22 to put the 10% in community housing, and then Article 24 to transfer it to the
Well, this
trust.
is gonna
Which
be.
may be fine. I haven't had.
But this could be an annual vote
We're
anyway.
gonna have to
It
do
is.
it every year.
Is there?
But I just don't know, maybe you can only do it the following year for the previous year, I guess we have to figure that out, so maybe we shouldn't vote on that tonight until we talk to our accounting expert. Because the amount, you know, could be different.
Yeah, the amount could be different, yeah.
Is 172 what's in
That's the
in there
existing
now?
balance, yeah.
That's the balance right
Okay.
now, but it doesn't include the 10% for this year that would be transferred in Article
Right,
22.
yeah, that'd be.
Well, you could do that in
We
the
should
fall.
all do that later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have more questions about the transfer, the amounts aren't really definite, right, in there?
No.
Right.
For the basic article.
Yeah.
They never are, they never are.
I think we could just go ahead and do that, and then, yeah, I mean, we could do it in the fall, too, there's,
it won't be anywhere near that much.
no.
It's 60,000 or something.
Yeah.
But if it can be done, I mean, it would be better to do it in the annual town meeting, if we can do that accounting wise. But we wouldn't have to have two separate articles, right?
No.
Just be two separate sentences within the transfer.
So would this article, to add that additional 60,000 or whatever the number is?
It's about 61, it's 10% of this number here.
Okay,
But even that, I mean, you saw Barbara's email this morning, she's saying, should we?
Yeah, I
Should we
know.
no.
so that being the case, so this is one article depending upon passage of another article?
I just don't know. Wendy emailed me this morning. And I said, we haven't done this before. I don't know, since we're putting those next year revenues, we're allocating 10% into the housing funds, the standard article. Can we also, in the same town meeting, appropriate it to a specific purpose, namely to put it in the trust? I just don't know the
I think we're
answer.
doing handstands for no reason at all. There's gonna be a vote every year going forward, right? So, and that vote could either be in the spring or it could be in the fall. This isn't a controversial vote, if this was a special town meeting in the fall, there's no downside to that. It's not like it's controversial,
No, but if we could do it now,
but it's not, we're gonna have the same question every year, that we're gonna be
yeah,
doing.
we're gonna answer it once. And that's it.
You have more confidence in institutional memory sometimes than I do, I think. I don't know, Wendy, I just think.
All right, we've spent more time talking about it than if we just took it up once we had an answer. Can we just defer
Here, go ahead.
it? Because every time we've talked about it here, when I talked about it at the FinCom, we talked about the balance plus the 10%. So that's what they voted on already, even though the number is 172.
Yeah, just tell us what your final decision is, so we can vote on what the number is.
You already voted on it. I know, that's the problem.
So if you vote on Article 22 at the town meeting and it gets approved, it's 10% of that gets added to the 172.
Right.
Can you amend the Article 24 on the floor at the town meeting?
Couldn't go up. You really can't go up.
You can go down.
Yeah.
Because you didn't announce it ahead of time.
Yeah, so let's just get clarification and then vote at our next meeting. Is that all right? All right,
And we'll await your final decision.
yes.
The only thing, my only comment is 22. We're assuming that everybody will vote for it, which they will, but that's an assumption that you cannot make. So people could vote down to divvy it up that way.
Well, the other question I have, is,
They
those.
could keep it all in general fund.
Oh, no, you have to do the 10%.
You have to do the
but-
divvying up.
Yeah, by statute, but this 609037 and all the subsets of that are estimated numbers, so that's where I'm not sure. Can you appropriate it for a specific use before those numbers are actually official numbers and closed out like at the end of next fiscal year? So right now, you're putting that 61,000 into reserve. I don't know if in the very same town meeting, you can appropriate it for a specific purpose, because let's say we didn't have the existing balance. Let's say our existing balance was 0. And let's say we were appropriating 61,000 and we appropriated it for a project that was 61,000. And when the tax revenues on the state match came in, it was actually 58,000.
Boy, I wish
That's the question. So,
Oh, okay.
right,
I
so,
wish we
so
could
I,
really complicate this. I wish we had a project and we wanted to apply the money. So that we had to, we had to approve the 10%, then we had to transfer it and then we had to move it to a specific project. That would really be good.
So, and with the town accountants out today, tomorrow, and Wednesday at the annual UMass boot camp out and, for town accountants. So I just don't, I don't have the resources I couldn't get an answer today, so that's all, so. But I think for next meeting, we could have an answer on that.
Okay,
Okay,
Motion.
is there interest on these accounts too?
There is,
So again, it's not closed out till June 30th,
the actual amount isn't
right?
closed out till June 30th, yeah. So, we have the luxury of having existing balances in a lot of these, but some communities don't, so the rules may provide that it's gotta kind of go through fiscal closeout before you can appropriate. I just don't know. It's not something we've dealt with before, so.
all
You
right.
had enough on there?
Yeah, the Sawmill Brook, is the other.
All right, I move to support.
Good night.
Article 23,
Thanks, Dan.
$350,000 for the acquisition of Sawmill Brook. In partnership with Greenbelt.
Second,
I feel like we already voted on this.
I thought we
I don't
did.
mind
You,
voting
you may
again.
have, we couldn't
Okay.
find it in any of our notes.
All right,
And even I think Rebecca re-listened to that, like we couldn't find.
did she really?
Okay.
Yeah, she really did, so.
discussion, none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Okay, we did water operator, we did all those ones in the square. Do we wanna do the final budget?
well, so we have that, there are a couple of items in the budget that have changed going through FinCom, so we have that on tonight's. I think that's the next item is to go through which sections of the budget have changed through the FinCom process.
There's also the instructions and rules and
Well,
regulations.
we're not there yet. Yeah.
Well, isn't the final motion? If there's a change, that's what I'm doing is the motion, not for an action.
Yeah. Right, but I don't think they did, but yeah, I think if they're gonna make a motion on that, I think they're gonna wanna notify the FinCom about that, and I don't think they're ready to do that tonight. Right?
Right,
So yeah, if you go to the, portion of your packet with the operating budget, I put in.
Just show it up
Yeah,
there.
I will, yeah. So the first one is, the Pentucket. So when you referred the budget, this is the number that was in there, this 9641. The actual amount is 9474666. So this is just the housekeeping. Because when we put the FinCom booklet together, we put the select board amount, so this is just to basically invite you to reconcile your number with the actual number.
We wanna give them more than,
So do you want to do these one at a time, or you want me to summarize each of the changes?
Yeah.
And that's probably gonna be easier, so. Then the next, let me just back up. Then you have. Okay, so on police, the board had expressed support for bringing the part-time reserve officers to. Onto the wage schedule, this grade F, step 1. And so if you did that, that would add about $17,000 to the operating budget. So the number that you referred on February 6th for salary and wages is $993,604. If you want to do what I just said with the reserve officer pay rate, that would increase that to $1010658. So again,
so that's 17 grand, okay.
17 grand. So this is a budget the FinCom's taking up on Wednesday night. So if you do formalize this change, I would present this to them on Wednesday.
and these are non-union positions that were not dealt with in the wage study.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I did. I wrote that up in detail on the thing.
Okay.
I honestly couldn't remember if I had or not, so, but I did, so they won't be totally surprised. Whittier, like I said earlier tonight, I carried a 20,000 as just a placeholder number, and I think it was 7,800 reduction. That's what she said. So we haven't gotten the official assessment.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to wait for that, but this number would be less than what it was when you referred on February 6th. Next one, Council on Aging. This is something that was, you'll see a reduction of 7,000 with the FinCom recommendation. That was with the recommendation of the COA director in my office. That was to reflect the continued intent to draw $7,000 from the so-called formula grant to support some of the programming. So that with the draw from the formula grant, we can safely reduce the budget 7,000 below what you had referred. Without.
Okay, you got to explain that
So the
again.
formula grant, we get a certain amount of funding from the Commonwealth every year.
Right.
For seniors. So what's happened over many years is a portion of the nutrition coordinator's pay has been paid out of that grant.
Okay.
So the full cost, and this goes back a couple of years, but hadn't been built into the actual budget. We did start building that into the budget, so it's a true expense budget. But at the FinCom meeting, Christine had brought forward, and it was actually right in her memo, but I hadn't made the adjustment in my proposed budget. I had overlooked that. So she had said right in her budget narrative that she would draw 7,000 from the formula grant in the FY24 budget, which allows us to reduce the expense budget by $7,000. That would go toward expenses that would otherwise be paid out of the operating budget. So the FinCom heard that, and when they voted on February 15th, they voted a 122,408 instead of 129,408. So that's a friendly.
Okay.
Next one, this is a late change, and this needs to go back to FinCom because it changed even after they had referred it. This is in the Veterans Benefits and Expenses line. What you had referred was 4532, which was a modest increase from the current year. On like a week ago today, we received notice that there's a new veteran eligible for Chapter 115 benefits, and we have an exact amount. And so if that person remains on veterans benefits for each of the 12 months of next fiscal year, it would add almost $20,000 to the operating budget. So as you probably remember, this is one of very few lines in the budget that we're legally obligated to pay whether we budget properly or not. So the idea is to get the budget closer to what we think it is. I will remind you that.
And remember that we get reimbursed. Yeah.
Back for every dollar we pay. There's a lag time. We still need to budget full expense, but the actual cost is only 25% of what you see. But yeah, we got that new information just just last week, actually. So the revised bottom line budget that I would recommend for the veterans is not the 35,444 that you already voted. It would be 55,132.
Okay.
152.
55,152. Yep. Next one, and I'm glad Rob's here for this one because this is so there are a couple of things going on in the rec budget. One is if you saw the memo that I wrote to them in their packet for 2 weeks ago, I had mistakenly double counted the wages. I had carried those. So this 38,272 number that you referred is actually the 33,200 plus the 5,072. So I had mistakenly double counted that, carried the wages in both. So the correct number of what I had referred is not the 43,344 you had referred, it's the 38,272. So that's one change. Everyone clear on that?
Okay.
Okay. So FinCom at their meeting on the 1st, Rob had made a motion and the FinCom unanimously supported to actually strike the wages altogether, with the intent that the wages for the part-time laborers would be paid out of their revolving fund, not out of the expense budget. I am not supportive of that change. I would like to see the budget that I brought forward remain.
So this is for the other people at the summer rec program?
Nothing to do with summer rec.
Okay, so what is this?
It's basically the summer like field maintenance.
People down in Cameron.
Okay,
So Tom Clary, for instance, has always been participating to the tune of a couple of thousand. They're adding some other part-time seasonal. You might recall they're looking for an infield dragger.
right.
So the 5,072 was what was itemized as their wages. The 33 is all itemized as other stuff. You've seen that. So we're all in agreement. The only thing is that they have a revolving fund with $8,000 in, and what else goes into the revolving fund will be about 6,500 or 7,000 this year. So the concept is that, and they have always paid expenses out of the revolving fund.
And those, the in funds from that are from teams and so forth? Okay,
So the idea is that they've always covered expenses out of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that by say statute can't exceed $10,000.
Correct.
So they're gonna have to,
That fiscal year.
right, so they're gonna have to spend something out of that. What we proposed as FinCom was they continue spending from the revolving fund, that it goes to the wages, because it nicely covers the wages. And so you now have a line item that's totally covered by the revolving fund, happens to almost match up. And then we actually wanted to throw in another $1,000 in incidentals, because in reviewing the records over the past several years, there's always transactions for 200 this, 300 this. So they have a lawn tractor that needs attention. They have, issues with refreshment stand, whatever. But that was our rationale. So we didn't cut the spending they're gonna do. In fact, they increased it by $1,000. But it did make sure that the revolving fund was paying for a portion, which it always has done.
okay.
What else would the revolving fund typically be used for?
I think emergency expenses. So, for instance, there was the issue not long ago with the snack shack that the septic, the tight tank needs to be pumped out, and the lid was broken and needed to be replaced. They had a hot water heater that needed to be replaced at the snack shack. There was a pump water pump at Pipe Stave. Wayne ended up finding the money in his operating budget, but that would have normally been paid out of revolving fund. So I think, I totally get where they're trying to go. And I think that maybe a year from now, that might be fine, but I'm a little concerned about zeroing out a wage line and creating a situation where your only ability to pay your very limited part-time staff is through a revolving fund that may be needed. And if you look back over 7 or 8 years, which we have done, has been used for unforeseen expenses over the years.
Incidentals, that hasn't been a large expenditure.
Do you know that?
Yeah, from what we looked at, yeah.
Okay, well, Chris, all right. Because I think
But
I
we don't-
need like 2 or 3 years of data.
Yeah,
So
we looked at 2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, I looked at 7 or 8, so I wasn't prepared that night because I wasn't aware this proposal was coming, so I was kind of flat-footed when it was brought up at a meeting. But I've had Jenny and me doing additional research, and I just think it's, I get the idea of it, but in practice, like, as you know, we have a lot of things going on, and to have one more thing to just, I don't know, to me, I support the budget that I proposed.
So over the 7 or 8 years, what was, ballparkish, what was the largest
I don't have that, okay.
They used to mix and match, so one year, for instance, they might have one thing go through the revolving fund, next year, something similar would go through the operating budget, so it hasn't been well structured, so history can be difficult to recapture. I don't know that we're against anything. What are you gonna do if you don't use that money in the revolving fund? You take in the revenues and then you have a surplus of about 10,000.
I think we draw from the revolving fund and, you know, maybe, I don't know.
Right, yeah, so you might use it for something anyway. So anyway, it's just a little bit of a structure thing. We're not gonna care either way. I mean, Angus is uncomfortable. It's the first time I'm hearing he's uncomfortable with it, but we agreed of where we're trying to get to eventually?
Yeah, I just, you know, we have extremely limited bandwidth, and like when you're working 18 hours.
This is
I
a
just don't
small
have
project,
minutes to spend on it.
yeah.
And we are being asked to spend time on things that in past years have been, you know, we are putting significant time toward things that in past years have been very routine. And needless to say, that it's detracting from some of the other work that you know is backlog. We are being asked to research things that that have been very routine in the past.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's a good point to not zero out a wage line.
Well, it's done in the summer recreation, so you know, so it's not without precedent. But so if you want to bring forward the 38,272 again, we'll do the 38,272 in our this coming meeting Wednesday. Is that what you're doing?
I honestly haven't thought it through. I mean.
Oh, we gotta get disposed of something.
No, I understand, but I could put something into next week's packet. That way you have something
Next week's okay.
in front of you. I'm not trying to spring things on people.
Yeah.
So is that good with you? To just go with Angus's recommendation? Yeah. All right.
I don't
Is that
feel
the last
strongly
one?
either way, you know.
The last one, we've got, group insurance, when you referred that on February 6th, it was 554, 551. We've since gotten updated pricing and, even taking into account the head count and the conservative budgeting we do, we're actually down a bit, 547, 865, so. And then also transfers out, this is the 500 to 600,000. And that's it. So those are the sections of the budget that either have changed or in the case of transfers, will be proposed to change with FinCom. So what I want to make sure is that before the budget goes to the town meeting, every line is either fully consistent, or if it's inconsistent, that's a knowing
Yeah.
disagreement and not just a housekeeping issue. So a lot of these, I think, are just reconciling your votes with updated information.
All right, I move to approve all of the changes explained.
All right.
I'm not sure about this one. That's my only,
The stabilization.
yeah.
You think it should be less, more?
Well, just to Wendy's point, to just sort of see to the pants it and, okay, let's throw another 100,000 in. Why?
Well, I think, you know, in the CIC, the conclusion was that we saw a bulge. And that bulge, everything on it can be, well, not everything on it, but many things can and will be moved. You know, the bulge suggests that we're gonna, if we were to follow, if the bulge was going to stay, we would exceed by a significant margin. We would go negative after, I think, 2 years. By a significant amount, if I remember right, Angus?
Yeah, like. we
And
talked
again,
about
things
this,
things will move, we know
Yeah.
they'll move, but we don't know how much, and, you know, it looks like the trend is that, you know, that the capital needs are going to increase.
Was the HVAC repair on the page on the docket or no?
It was in there for just 40.
Was in there for 40, okay, that's always the problem.
Where, was that in this packet or was that in the articles packet that I had or was that in the FinCom packet? I think that was in the FinCom packet, the 5-page capital summary, the 5-page summary.
Yeah, that was another one.
That was in the FinCom packet. Yeah. But that's, actually, it's,
I mean, the ratings are, that was a separate email that we sent.
yeah, it's up on there.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what Rick's talking about, is that, yeah, this still goes to 40 for paid school. Because this is.
Okay, I want that council on aging thing out of there. We can't have it, if we're trying to get rid of the old one, we can't have it on there as a new one.
Well, but remember, they also asked about a card, which hasn't been
Yeah,
reviewed, but I didn't want to zero it out without that running through the cycle, and that wasn't gonna happen in budget season, so. So, yeah, I mean, these numbers in FY 25 and 26 are not real. Those projects are gonna get pushed out. We're not gonna bring forward $2 million of projects in 1 year, never mind 2 in a row. It just, obviously, it takes a lot of time to massage.
no, I get it, okay. Okay, I'll go with it, okay.
The other thing is, Archie, that I think some of the numbers, some of the cost numbers are quite accurate, and some of them are not.
Right,
And, those are the ones that they're not likely to go down. They could.
Right.
They're not likely to.
All right, so I think we're at a motion and a second on,
the operating budget,
right.
Whatever changes to be presented.
yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, great. Thank you. Next, I don't know what you want to say about chapter 70, if that was something that, obviously we all know we are getting Rob deal on that.
What year?
No, it's the regional school, right? And then-
Yeah, so I guess, I'm just wondering if we already did we send something to,
Yeah,
did we send it to the governor's office as well?
We sent it to the legislative offices, and I believe we sent it to the governor's office.
That was obviously before we had the numbers.
Right, I mean, it just seems to me that we need to send, as though it would not be a bad idea to put together a somewhat stronger and more definitive message. I'm assuming that all of Justin's numbers are 100% accurate. And, the percentages are dark, they're.
I mean, ironically, I think the governor actually increased chapter 70, if I'm not mistaken.
Statewide,
Yeah.
But that's.
Yeah, but then there's, I don't understand how, there's reference to the formula, which, apparently is a black box. And I haven't looked at it, I don't know anything about it, but I mean, it's just, right, I don't know, what do you think, Archie?
yeah, I agree. I'm just not sure what we can do about it. I mean, people with way more financial experience than me have kind of thrown up their hands and they can't figure out, how it's calculated. I don't know.
I'm always of the opinion, there's no problem, there's nothing to be lost by a little communication to the executive branch of the government. I'm in favor of that completely. things may not change, but maybe they change. They just, you plant the seed, like, I think the comparisons that Justin had were even more profound than just saying we didn't do very well. Like, how do we underperform Wellesley or Dover versus Groveland? It doesn't seem fair.
Well, I think we need to know what the story is, though. I mean, what would the governor's office say if we asked them, why are these other communities that are being categorized as wealthier are getting more money? There's got to be a reason.
But we don't, but, we know it's income, we know it's, real estate property values, but there's other factors involved that it is a black box. We don't know what the other factors that go into that number are.
It's interesting, Kathy Castronello said that she had gone through it, and I have no idea what material she had to go through, but it would be interesting even to get to that point to know what it was she was looking at. Because I confess, I haven't looked at it all. I have no understanding. I don't understand what the formulas are. For all I know, they could have dartboards, of course, there's plenty of other stuff for us to do. So, where does anybody find the time to dig into that?
Finance committee is interested.
Yeah, Ross was saying that he was gonna look into it.
Well,
Maybe we would have to discuss that as a finance.
Yeah,
so that would be great. I mean, I think that would be great.
With the idea that it might literally be a mistake.
Yeah, or the formulas may not stand the light of day. I mean, there have been states that have been sued because of the distribution formulas. So you don't know until you know.
Right.
And you don't know by asking them because they are not inclined to really tell you.
Yeah,
This is a 50-year-old battle.
Right. We do have a brand new auditor. Maybe it's something that can be asked of that office.
Right, and in fact, a relatively local brand new auditor.
Yeah, used to represent one of the communities in Pentucket, in fact.
Right.
Angus, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we need to put some energy toward it. I don't know who. I think that the auditor's suggestion is good. We and the other Pentucket towns are meeting with a new DA a week from tomorrow. That came out of that police chief's meeting last Wednesday. The DA's office had reached out, and there was a point made by Chief Shears and Merrimack at that meeting, which I think was very eloquent about the relation. Well, it was all said last Wednesday anyhow. So the DA's office had reached out after that to see if we wanted to meet. And so we're all the chiefs, myself, Carol, and Tuesday, like I told you all. The meeting we had a couple of Thursdays ago, there was talk about banding together to sue the state. Like Rob said, and it was not idle talk. It was, people are very upset about it. So, communicating to the governor, I think the auditor, that's a great suggestion. I think it's limited to what the State House delegation is going to be able to do. That seems evident. But
Something the delegation on
Right.
Yeah, my experience is you actually do want to know what to form about. And it's not just in verbiage, how they tell you what works, referring to values and income and all that. You want to actually see how they've constructed the formula.
No, you want to see the map.
Yeah, you want to see the map.
Yeah.
If you don't see the map, then it's all just theoretical. So I would wonder if it doesn't have some deficiencies or flaws, or things that people wouldn't really like to hear. This is how we actually do it. My belief is they would have to disclose it eventually. But I wanted to know.
Mm.
To Rob's point, the whole disclosure thing, that's the whole reason why the auditor is now going after the state legislature, from what I understand, is because of the transparency issue. And so I think this would be hat in hand in the
Yeah.
same way.
Right.
And she's from around here too.
Right.
Yeah, she's 2 towns over, city over.
So Jenny and I are scheduled to go to, and actually Kim, our new finance assistant, she's gonna sit in as well. We've signed up for a workshop a week from Monday that's not put on by the state, it's put on by this Mark Abrahams, who you probably heard of, he runs a lot of the town accountant training. But that's a week from Monday, that's a 4-hour workshop. We have to pay $300 tuition, but we decided to be worth it. So that's on chapter 70 in that school spending. So that's on March 20th. And we can have up to 4 people participate. So I think it's gonna be me, Jenny, Kim, and I forget if we were gonna have Caitlin or if we have a 4th that's not yet spoken for, but we're gonna set up here in the conference room and it will be a Zoom. I don't know how much, how deep it'll go. I know it's a lot to cover in 4 hours, but we'll see what we learn there.
It's Monday, March 20th.
Yeah, that's, I guess that's next Monday, so try to keep that free if I can. I haven't probably gone to 4 hours of continuing ed in the last couple of years. So it's hard to find the time.
Will last you into your seat.
Yeah, that should be worthwhile.
So item K, we're gonna pass on the financial policies.
Yeah, I haven't had any time for that, for sure.
So the rental.
Yeah, I wasn't, so sure about everything in the, facility rental fee schedule, all the changes.
Oh, on the, just before we, so item J, if there's any disagreement, let me know, but Jim and I spent some time on it last week and he followed up with the various article sponsors. So we put in what we're recommending for special or annual.
Yeah.
And I'm getting some pressure from Greenbelt to get them an article number. So we kind of decouple these.
Okay.
So if you all are in agreement with what we've marked in here, that was really the main purpose of why we put this in here, is just to be kind of set out what's going to be annual versus special. So we can start putting together draft warrants and come up with an article, real article numbers, not the placeholders we've been using to this point. So
Can you just go back? I had a question on the Dole Place one.
yeah,
That's by the Board of Water Commissioners or the Select Board?
it's by the select board. Oh, Jim, yeah, okay, I didn't have time to fully proofread it, so. Yeah, that's the select board article.
On that point, 24. So would that be special or would that be annual? If it's special, that would be taking place before the annual, which is when the.
Yeah, no, this would be annual.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
So I'll pick that up.
I have a question actually, and the one that was shown is Article 4. It says if Article 2 is passed as proposed, and then Article 2 is.
That would be 3.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sorry, that's a language, yeah,
Yeah.
because I
Okay.
literally did a copy and paste.
okay, all right,
Because Article 1 last year didn't exist.
Oh,
Because
Yeah.
after the election,
right.
so I will update that, so that'll be Article.
It's just a minor point in Article 5, this is just a typo, somebody would probably pick up anyway at some point, but on Article 5, it says the Board of Water Commissions as opposed to commissioners. Or, unless it's been fixed.
No,
No, it's, yeah.
I did some.
Yeah, not, I guess it was a minor typo, but.
So the highlighted ones, what is that?
Yes, it
65?
needs work.
Okay.
That was us, and
Okay.
I said, Angus, I haven't done anything on these, and Angus said.
I got to what I had time to get
That's
to.
what it was.
All right,
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, anyhow, on the rental fee, Rick, you said you had been, and so I think the main thing, whether you vote this tonight or not, I think if you have questions, just let me know what the questions are, so we can bring it back, because this is something we've been talking about, wanting to update the fee schedule for, I don't know, 2 years,
Mhm.
and so.
I've spent so much time in these,
You're gonna have all the free time now, Artie, actually, it's fun. You could,
but we change one thing, we change to go back, and oh my God, so many times.
well, I mean, this is really well put together and you don't have any. What were your concerns, Rick?
You know, I didn't mark them up and I need to, let me see if I can.
Angus, do you know what the rationale was on the flat fees for not distinguishing between commercial or nonprofit?
I think I think the memo she wrote kind of summarizes that it really doesn't, whether someone's nonprofit or for-profit doesn't really change the level of effort involved, and,
But wouldn't that be true on the per hour basis as well?
yeah.
On the next page, I think there is a distinction.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, to be honest, if you wanted to wait till I proof this, I'll see you in
Okay.
about a year, because I just have a lot. I mean, that's the thing, I can either get.
I'm
into
not-
I know, but that's,
So that would be my question, if you're gonna circle back to Caitlin.
yeah.
Just,
Okay.
why there's a distinction.
I think the idea was.
I think there's a lot more work involved with the annex, I think that was
the thought.
the tables and all that.
That's a bigger area that they have to clean. Those two big areas versus this room, the room above us aren't very large.
But your question was why
Yeah,
the
non-
distinction
yeah.
between nonprofit and for
I
profit.
mean, I'm not arguing it, I just
Yeah.
was curious why there's a distinction in one and not the other.
Like the whole. Thanks.
Sure.
Like, do you wanna tie up this room for just $15, a whole morning, $15?
Actually, I'm leery of making this room available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make the second floor meeting. in the
With
front
the-
door?
With the changes that are gonna be,
I think the current one, I don't think we do make this room available.
Yeah, I think we might have actually, in a previous go round on this, I think we might have decided that this room wasn't available.
We have.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's not part of it, yeah, so that's. Yeah, I don't think we want to be renting out this room is way too valuable for staff meetings.
Right.
Not all of which are.
You're not gonna know, you might need a
Yeah,
meeting,
we need the.
you need in an ad hoc situation, no,
Right.
don't do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, quite honestly, and if I have reading to do, and I'm in this building, I come into this room normally and sit down, and
yeah, so that should be struck altogether.
was this on the current one? Is the upstairs, the second floor conference room? Currently, available?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, but this current one is outdated. I don't even know what the second floor small meeting room is.
I think that's Barbara's
I
office.
think that's no office. There's no unused space up there other than that. That meeting.
Sorry, for item J, did we make a decision that we're gonna split?
Split.
Special versus,
Well, we have some more work to do, but I think they're not gonna, I think it's pretty clear, there's a couple of things that need to be cleaned up there, but I can get Vanessa an article number, that's not a problem. If something ends up piggyback, I can, leapfrogging it, it's one, they just need it for the yard signs, and they always want it first, and it always forces us to do things out of order, so. But once we give them a number, we'll honor that, so.
Right, anything else on this, Rick?
No,
Question, do you
it's
want?
not.
All right. I think it's much more user-friendly looking than the other one, for sure.
There isn't like a million different exceptions
Yeah.
and stuff, yeah, and it's not unreasonable,
This one's so clunky.
yeah.
I think she did a lot of comparison.
She did, I know she did research of other communities and looking at different samples, so. But, yeah, I didn't really have time to look at it. I just kind of passed it along.
I'm trying to figure out, it says the last paragraph letter. After carefully reviewing the time and effort by staff to prepare for and clean up after events, are proposed to admit to 6 wave facility fees per calendar year. Some nonprofit events require much more staff time than others, i.e. a 100-person volunteer appreciation party with food versus a 1-hour Boy Scout meeting. This new policy would offer fair pricing to all. So I guess I don't understand what that means exactly.
Well, I think the point is being made that it still requires a lot to clean up. We used to give 6 free.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I guess that the comparison between the 100-person volunteer appreciation party with food versus the 1-hour Boy Scout meeting.
I don't get it either, but. But why not try it for a year or two and see what happens? No, seriously, I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's in general, it's much better.
Another nice thing is it'll allow us to get the facility rentals, set up with a MyRac.
Yeah.
Because it's, the simpler the fee structure, it's just easier to program the MyRac so that it's not like a choose your own adventure novel.
So is there any limit at all on the flat fee rentals in terms of the number of hours? I didn't see that, and then the numbered terms and conditions.
You find someone doing an Airbnb for the bands.
Does it mean like a morning, or what does it mean?
Yeah. Maybe she's looked at it and the normal usage. is
There
one.
ought to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise, someone would exploit that, or someone, could.
Yeah. That we can't.
Instead of working from home, they could just work in the upstairs.
That sounds good. Go down, coffee hour at the senior center, the cafe.
All right, so I'll note that max hours question mark. So we can circle back and get some, come back with this in 2 weeks.
Next.
So there used to be classes like yoga classes and things in this space, or it's down in the annex now?
It used to be upstairs, right?
Well, there was a time where it was even done in this room. I think.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, that's, I think, before my time.
Okay, but this isn't used for that purpose anymore.
Every once in a while, Christine will use like the election day, we were using the annex, so Christine used the second floor for yoga.
Yeah.
Like that, so it's. But I think it's become, she's tried to use the annex space
Yeah,
much more.
that's a town event, so there's this fee structure doesn't apply.
Correct, although that is something that comes up, you know, more often than you might think so for instance, there was a request, you know, for a group that wanted to run a 2-week summer program in the annex. And there was like 1 hour on 3 days that were reserved for yoga, and there was some question as to, you know, well, can't you reschedule yoga, because this is a whole day of rental fees instead of like 1 hour program. We didn't end up doing that, we did priority local, but those are the kind of, you know, we are put under pressure sometimes from entities looking for the space, and we have to make judgment calls as to how to prioritize those. But the same group ended up putting in a reservation for the old town. So it's not as good a space for their purpose, but I think they can make it work. Because I wasn't willing to displace public events for a private rental. Although it would have generated, you know, fair amount of money, but.
Okay. We're on the minutes.
We're on the minutes.
Yeah. I move that we approve January 9th, 2023. I'll make a motion. I think real trivial stuff.
Yeah, and item B, in the motion
B4.
should be ECTA, ECTA.
Sorry, what?
It's just
The-
actor instead of actor.
And that also in IB, this is, in item B, this is really, but halfway down, the sentence starts, Carol Lloyd appeared B for the select board. I think that was supposed to be one word.
Oh, okay.
Sounds set. It seems we're doing, I hate this trivial stuff, but yeah, item D, 2/3 of the way through, it says at the end of the line, $35,000 of CPC to the, I think it's supposed to be CPC funds,
Should be CPA funds.
or CPA funds, yeah. And in item G, the 6th line down refers to the governor's council. I don't think we would be sending a letter to the governor. I'm not sure what we said, but the governor's council, I mean, basically, don't they do like
Judicial roles.
just that role and stuff, so. So I'm not sure whether it's to the governor's office maybe, or something. Anybody else with that, on that one?
No.
I move we approve the, Monday, January 9th, 2023 minutes as revised.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. I had nothing on the other one, no marks on the other one. Anybody else?
No.
I move we approve the Tuesday, January 17th, 2023.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just so you guys know, there's an update on the minutes, only 2 meetings remain from last fiscal year.
Wow.
So she will have those ready by next meeting. So we will have caught up for to the current fiscal year, so.
Miracle.
So you'll be in. It's gonna be funny that minutes very much pertain to the last meeting we just had, so.
All right, next item, I'm working closely with Wayne and Christine Wallace on the RFQ. I think we're gonna change, stop calling it a feasibility study and call it a page school assessment.
Good, that name, I haven't liked that name.
I haven't liked it either, and yeah, anyhow, I went through it in detail, but it's like a 19-page document, and you know, it was, anyhow, we're pushing it along, but it's a fair amount of wordsmithing to get it just right. And,
Yeah.
but anyhow, one of the kind of key things that there was some language in there about the consultant, after doing all the work on the cost of the future projects and all of that, actually advising the community as to, do you go this way or that way in terms of repairs or new? And I said, no. That is not the consultant's job. That is setting them up to fail. It's gonna cost them, it's gonna drive the budget, but anything they say, there's a significant number of people in the community that are gonna disagree. That's not up to them, that's up to us. They need to tell us what the future needs are, what they're gonna cost, what the level of urgency, the code compliance, so forth. It's then up to us as a community to decide what to do with that. So that was, I think there was a little misunderstanding in the scoping of it. I was actually surprised it got to me because several others had reviewed before it got to me, and I was like, that's not the scope. Like, that is not, that's setting the consultant up to fail, because some number of people will not view the study as credible based on whether they agree or not agree with that recommendation. So I said, we got to keep this objective, assessing the building, the site, you know, and so anyhow, we're still working on it. The goal has been to get that to the central register this Thursday. Based on the number of comments I had, I don't know if that timeline might slide, you know, a little bit, but we're working on that. Next one, we just got this notice, you know, the regional tip. You know, I think we put in the same kind of comments we put in every year in terms of our priority projects. I do have a meeting coming up, I think, this week. This Thursday, we have a meeting with MVPC, the new transportation planner there, regarding our TIP projects, to really, you know, actually meet with them in person and go through what we're working on with regards to the pedestrian planning initiative and the page crossing and so forth, to make sure that what we're working on is clearly on their radar. I mean, we communicate it to them, but an in-person meeting, I think, will be helpful there, where they've got a new person with Tony Kamornik having retired after, you know, many years.
Lots of.
So you can see, you know, that with the notice, there are the folks of the draft amendments are accepting public review and comment. So let's see, does it say deadline for comments? We need to make a note. Let's just make sure we find out the deadline. And we'll meet with them this Thursday. I also got a call from Senator Tarr's office on Friday, one of his senior staff, and we talked for about a half an hour, and I made her aware of the various things that we're trying to do on pedestrian safety. She'd been contacted by a constituent concerned about that, and I told her that, you know, we're doing a lot. And that it takes time, but there's things that obviously that office can continue to be helpful with. They've been helpful on funding, but there's some things that, you know, maybe they could help have DOT actually take on a project and do it. But anyway. Next thing, I just included the planner's report, and the recent letter on a chapter 85 process for the Middle Street Bridge. It's still not the permit, but it's a step closer.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. You know, that was filed over 3 years ago on the chapter 85. It's been like 39 months on that permit. And all that months and months and months to sign off on the guardrail.
Police are saying it's okay.
They did approve it.
They did. Still haven't approved the overall thing, but Micah has told us for a while that became a sticking point, this guardrail, and that kind of held things up for some number of months, and then this administrative completeness review, chapter 91, which was not in fact accurate, because they did receive comment from our Concom.
So were a butters notices mailed?
Everything that, everything on our, let's see, we're about it. I'd have to, honestly, I gotta pull that out.
I mean, I'm assuming if they've listed it, that it was not submitted, but maybe that's not fair.
I wouldn't assume that. There were some errors in here, including,
No comments received.
yeah, no comments received. They misspelled, not in the letter, but in the transmittal, you know, they misspelled Sarah's name,
Yeah.
which I was not impressed by. And, I mean, in general, you know, the comment period closed on January 23rd, and it took them five or 6 weeks to send us a letter
Yeah.
saying no comments were received.
Right.
Like, really? When we have $700,000 at stake, and they're just taking the time, so. Yeah, not impressed. So anyhow, there's 100 other things going on, but, some of the big deadlines this week, we've got our official statement is due Friday for our borrowing, and that's always many hours of work, and, our cyber renewal applications due the end of this week as well, and we've already had, I mean, that's something that, you know, has always been somewhat, it always takes some time, but it's been somewhat routine. It's been a much bigger deal this year because the insurer is requiring us to do a separate application for each facility. So we've got one for public safety, one for this building, and one for library. The library one's turned into a big issue. I mean, not a big issue, but their kind of network support is through the MVLC, the Merrimack Valley Library Consortium. But part of the insurance application is you need to name who's responsible for maintaining your network. And so we want to name them because they in fact do that, but they're getting cold feet about liability and not wanting to be named in an application. So we're dealing with them at a high level.
Well, we can't be the only town.
No, we're not. In fact, we're kind of, they said, we were the first to bring this to them. But they said they're actually now hearing from a lot of their communities because they've been providing this service. They are in fact, you know, if there's an issue with the network, Jake is not under contract to deal with them. They provide the computers, you know, they do all this. So I'm kind of pressing the library, like, if this is in fact what they do, we need to be transparent with our insurance provider that this is how it's managed. And if they're gonna back away from what they in fact do, then we need to revisit our relationship with them, because if we need to contract for that with a third party, we need to know that. So anyhow, it's another one of these things that's just taken many hours of time and it's not even done yet. And there's still work ahead this week. So there's a lot of other things. One thing actually, the animal control, you know, we've had no time to advance the negotiations with the report on that. No time whatsoever on the investment policy committee RFQ. I mean, I told you guys a month ago, there's no time for that. There's been no time for that. I don't see when there's going to be time for that. We got harbor questions, jurisdiction to get to legal. Yeah, there's a lot of other things, so there's just too much to do.
Did you end up meeting with the harbor?
We have a meeting this Thursday with the harbor master of Salisbury and with Michelle.
Yeah.
But that's primarily to do with the houseboat issue.
Oh.
It's not, he's not, they don't have anything to do with the enforcement issues or jurisdiction. So I just need to, you know, write up everything, get it to KP. If I was able to do that tomorrow, we might have a answer, but it's been on my list for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I just can't find the time, so. Unfortunately.
Okay, anyone have anything to put on future?
The letter from Brian Murphy about the lighting, if we can get a date for that, I wanted to let him know, so he could participate in the meeting. Will that have to wait till?
I do have that on my future agenda items. I don't have a date. I have about, I don't know, 20 items.
maybe after town meeting.
I don't know about, I think April would be fine, but I think the 27th, I think would be a mistake, because it just, as long as we're dealing with articles and budgets, it's, I mean, you see, you know, it's, you know, been here almost 15 hours today, so it's, there's a point at which you got.
Yeah, okay, I'll just let him know.
Okay, we have to vote if we want to do the increase on the Essex retirement
I've got that on for.
thing
For the
next,
27th.
by next
Yeah,
week.
that 5%
by next-
cost of living,
Okay.
that's still, that, the deadline is April 1st for
Okay.
that.
So
And just something to think about, because I thought about it when I saw the road race back on the, you know, well, I'll be gone, but think about it. I think that, you know, you guys don't want to put the needle to people to throw in something to a nonprofit or something, but I don't see why a profit-making organization gets to sort of take over town roads for a while and for free.
I'd be fully in favor of a fee.
Yeah,
I just don't in any way feel comfortable with a finance staff calling someone and saying, did you pay money to this other group? That is not. It's just-
Okay,
I have no
but you
problem.
are okay with a fee?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
There ought
think-
to be a fee. We
I
could-
think there should
we could
be a
run
fee.
a special event.
so could Caitlin include that with her fee schedule?
Jim's already started totally.
Oh,
I have multiple documents from multiple towns on a fee schedule for special events.
Yeah, we are.
I mean,
We can't do the shakedown at the beginning of every select board meeting anymore?
that used to happen.
Yes. Yes, it did.
I had no problem doing it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've got to use some metal detectors on town land. I could, we got, let's see, the grant for pollinator. I got that on 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Some executive session stuff, board of fire engineer appointments, streetlights, National Grid poll petitions, the Coffin Street acceptance of that conservation land, mailbox reimbursement policy. He said sometime in March for that.
You better wait till I'm gone.
We had a resident who got a question that I wanted to hear
Oh, man.
from the board. I still gotta get these financial policies,
Wait until the farming season's done, then we'll talk to him about that.
Newbury report.
No, but to go back to the races though, think about how much cash like one of these races, the guy said he had 3,000 entrants, right?
Mhm.
Okay, 3,000 times $15 to $20 per entrant, say it's at $20. It generated 60K,
Mhm.
and the town had to do work to deal with it. And they don't always pick up all their trash, even though they say that.
What Newbury charges?
Well, we'll find out.
It would be interesting
I'll
now.
give you a whole list, Rick, don't worry.
Okay, yeah.
So we were gonna talk about the cost of living adjustment, that was not,
Oh, right.
Oh,
is it too late? I mean, we haven't adjourned,
No,
we
no.
haven't adjourned.
should we put it off?
No, that'd be great, because then I can make those changes.
Okay, so that wasn't on the agenda, so.
Well, budgeting stuff.
It's like, through it as part of the, yeah, okay,
Good catch, Wendy.
yeah.
So, yeah, so the board has been discussing cost of living for next year. The base budget carried 2% as a basically a placeholder. And the FinCom was told early in the process that could change. So if you want to make a recommend or make a motion to adjust that for non-union employees, that would be in order. And then I can, if it's something other than 2%, I can make that adjustment on the budget sections.
Right, I move to increase the cost of living adjustment to 3% for FY 24.
Discussion. All those in favor?
I would just note for the record, it does not apply to the town manager, just, I know you know that, but just
Okay,
for anyone else. To
because the town manager has a contract.
Correct, so. The other employment contracts do go up with COLA, but for obvious reasons, mine doesn't, because that would create a, conflict, so.
Yeah, and I would just say we realize this does not address the true cost of inflation, but we felt that something more than 2% was in order.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.